From distant lands we gather, hearts of fire all along. Obey me 'cause we follow, through the storm and through the fight. For Valhalla we will borrow strength and might under moonlight.
Hey folks, starting a bit earlier because I'm done with my eating and I saw that.
Are you all going to want me to instruct the jury before, on the elements, before closing arguments or after?
Judge, I would like it before.
Okay, so I'm going to review these one more time. I'm going to put them in the order that they're going to be given to the jury, and I'll read them to the jury before closing arguments. All right, we need, Ms. Andrews is on the stand, defense counsel's present, state's present, everybody ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring in our jury.
Yes, Judge.
All rise.
Okay, here we go. Cross-examination time. Cross-examination time. Yeah, there's a high risk that she will be completely annihilated on the stand.
Okay, very good, thank you. Welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone have a seat. State, you may proceed with cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Andrews, you've testified about your on-again, off-again relationship with the co-defendant, in this case, Isaiah Chance. Is that correct?
Yes.
In fact, you told this jury about some instances where you
Hey, Connor.
had been hit by him. Is that correct?
Yes.
You've dated Isaiah Chance for over 4 years. Isn't that true?
Not over 4 years.
How long?
It's about just 4 years.
Just about 4 years, okay. And it's been on again, off again, is that correct?
Yes.
And during that time period, you have dated other young boys, is that correct?
Maybe.
Does Kamari Outing sound familiar?
Yes.
He's a boy that you had dated, and he, you
Wait a minute. You objected of anybody being called boy when the defense did it. So why is it all of a sudden cool now? Why am I there?
still were talking to him, in fact, up until the time of the crime, June of 2024. Is that correct?
We never dated, but yeah, I was talking to him.
Okay. And in fact, at some point, Isaiah Chance got upset and made phone calls to him, right?
Yes.
And you had conversations on your phone with Mr. Kamari Outing where you two discussed that. Isn't that true?
I believe so.
And they were still on your phone. They were backed up. They were saved on your phone, and they were on your phone on June 23rd of 2024. You never deleted these messages that you had with Kamari Outing. Isn't that correct?
I mean, I have to see the message. I don't know. What is that message?
Okay. Your Honor, I'll approach the witness. Would looking at those messages help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, now is when the prosecution will claim you deleted those, and she needs to be alert.
If you'll take a look at this.
Yeah, prosecution is a bit careful here. I sense a less degrading tone. Yeah, folks, hit the like, hit the subscribe, you know the drill. And by the way, it's 6 p.m. I think. Do I have a proper glass here somewhere? Hold on while I get myself a proper glass. Well, keep listening to this.
Are you the same one?
Ms. Andrews, you recognize these messages from your phone?
Yes.
And Kamari Outing, he was a member of 1200, isn't that correct?
No.
No? I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 75C12. That's a photo of you with Kamari Outing that was still on your phone. Isn't that true, ma'am?
That's not Kamar.
That's not Kamari?
That's my cousin,
Okay, what's your cousin's name?
Marcus.
Marcus? Okay. And in this messaging with Kamari, he's upset because Isaiah Chance has called him and basically told him that you're with him and that you're pregnant, and you're still trying to get Kamari Outing to talk to you, right?
Hearsay and relevance. Have a roll.
Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yeah, that's my best friend.
And he doesn't want to because of Isaiah Chance, correct? In fact, you're the one that keeps on insisting that he not block you and that you and him continue to talk. Is that correct?
Yeah, but the message behind that, that's my best friend. And Isaiah called him and was just going on and on about, he didn't want him to, he was giving him a reason to not text me back, to not talk to me. That's what that was about.
And so despite the fact that Isaiah Chance doesn't want you to have anything to do with him, you're fine with disobeying what Isaiah Chance wants because this is your best friend, right?
Oh!
Yeah, and at the time I sent that, I was at home in my bed. I was
Oh! that, folks, if the jury believes in the abuse, this comment here is highly offensive. So she better be sure that the jury is on her side.
not with Isaiah.
But all of these messages are still saved and on your iPhone, right?
I mean, I guess so.
They were, not you guessed. They're on your iPhone, right?
They're in my iCloud.
Yes. And so your iCloud backs up your iPhone, ma'am. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure how that works, but I think so.
Okay. You don't recognize these messages? Something that you typed and you received on your little pink iPhone?
I believe so.
Okay. And your phone is also password protected, right?
Yes.
Because certainly when Isaiah Chance is using your phone that night on June 23rd of 2024, at some point when you're walking in that parking lot, your phone locks up, right?
Yes.
And you have to enter in your password.
Yes.
And so that's what happens with an iPhone. After your iPhone is not being activated over a lengthy period of time, a couple of minutes, 5 minutes, it does what?
It locks.
And so what do you have to do every time that happens?
Unlock it.
And obviously Isaiah Chance didn't know your password because you're standing there right next to him, and what does he have to do?
He asked for the password that first time, but he's looking at me.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 34. You know who this is, right? Charles Jones.
Yes,
You have known who he was since 2021 when you were at Rains High School, right?
I knew of him, yes.
You were well aware of him, right? This is something that you discussed a lot with your friend Jewel Jordan.
I only discussed him maybe 2 times.
At the time when you were doing that, did you date somebody by the nickname K Shorty?
We weren't dating.
You didn't date him either, right?
No,
You weren't upset talking about Jewel Jordan and Julio Foolio, Charles Jones recruiting all these young men that were getting shot up in this gang war?
I wouldn't say upset. I was just gossiping.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute, but this is State 75C13. This is a photograph with you and K Shorty.
Yes, that's Therese.
Okay, and do you see what he's doing there?
Yeah.
He's throwing up like 12?
I don't know what the sign means. I
Have
mean,
no idea what that means, but you're posting this on TikTok, right? You love TikTok. You've talked about,
Yeah.
right? You posted on TikTok. You're both posing together.
How old is she there? I mean, she doesn't look old now. All right.
yes, ma'am.
And despite the fact that you intimately know a lot of people who are associated with these gangs, you have no idea what it means when he's throwing up that sign.
No, I don't.
No idea whatsoever.
Objection, asked and answered.
Overrule, go ahead.
What?
You followed Charles Jones on Instagram, isn't that correct?
Maybe back then.
Did you ever unfollow him?
Probably.
You were still following him when this crime occurred, right, on Instagram?
I don't remember following him.
You don't remember? You never looked and you never saw any of these advertisements that Julio Foolio was going to be in Tampa on June 22nd?
No, I never seen those.
You did not like Julio Foolio back in 2021, isn't that true, ma'am?
I mean, I wouldn't say a personal issue. When you say like him, didn't like him.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 75C2, conversation that you had with Jewel Jordan. So I want you to read what you texted to her back on January 19th of 2021.
I said, but if you think about it, everybody dissing everybody. People from out east diss they side, so of course they're gonna say something, but it don't even be proper like that, what? Like that for real. Fulio be the one talking shit, then all his little niggas come, then other extra people.
Okay. So you are talking about out east, correct? That is a territory of 1,200.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're talking about how the people in 1,200 dish they side, correct? And then you're also talking about Papa, that's little Papa, right?
Yes.
And who's little Papa?
He's a rapper.
And you know that he also has a gang affiliation, is that correct?
I mean, he doesn't claim it, so I don't know.
Okay. You know your boyfriend Isaiah Chance is in a gang, isn't that true?
I don't know that.
That's something you've told your best friend since you were little, Jewel Jordan, that you knew that he was in a gang and that he was in it.
I never told her that.
You never
I said
said
I've
that?
heard allegations of it, but when I asked him, he denies it, so of course I took his word.
In this particular conversation, you then say, again, talking about Foolio, let's go down here. I want you to tell the jury what then you texted in response to Jewel Jordan saying that they keep killing each other. And we're talking about the gang war in Jacksonville, right? 1,200 against 6 Block. ATK against 6 Block, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's see, what did you text her?
I said right, so it's gonna go on.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Andrews, if you don't mind, you speak very quickly, so if you could just speak slowly, because I'm seated next to you and I'm having trouble hearing you. So
Okay.
thank you very much.
I said right, so it's gonna go on, and they keep saying let leak rest, but I'm sure the other side be feeling like that, so it's gonna keep repeating, and yeah, they know what come with it, so charge it to the game. Go retaliate or something. They sitting up there rapping, but that's y'all homeboy. Just do what y'all have to do. They don't be in Jacksonville, so I doubt they care about anybody here or the upcoming rappers.
So Leaky is another person that has died in this gang war, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're well aware of that, correct?
Yes, ma'am. He went to middle school with me.
So you have somebody who went to middle school that died in this gang war, and you had somebody who went to Rains High School that died in this gang war, is that correct?
Yeah, I heard of it, but I'm not friends with him.
Well, you say you're not friends with Spaz, right? Joe Rod Adams, correct?
Yeah, I'm not friends with him.
But he wasn't the only one that got shot in that Rains High School shooting, was he?
I mean, I think so.
Will also got shot in that high school shooting. Will Go Crazy, the person who you communicate with on your phone, right? You know who Will is.
I wouldn't say like that. He texts me and he tries to talk to me like I'm cute. People are gonna start talking to me like that.
He's who Jewel Jordan was talking about when she said that you two had a friend that was injured at the shooting at Rains High School, correct?
Yeah, when she says friend, she means associate.
So I didn't ask you that, but what her wording up there was friends, right?
Yes.
And he got shot in the arm. His name is Will Royal. He went to high school with you at Rains High School, right?
I believe so.
You believe so or you know so?
I don't remember his last name being Royal, so that's why I said I believe so.
Okay, let's not call him Will Royal. Let's call him Will, who got shot in the left arm the same day that Spaz, Joe Rod Adams, got killed at Rains High School when you were attending there.
Yes.
You know who I'm talking about, right?
Yes, Will.
So what are you texting your friend Jewel Jordan on 1/21 of 2021?
You want me to read it?
Yes, ma'am.
I said it was deleted by the time I got up, but Julio had said Julio had said it, but everybody kind of knew that. It was just once that time he got shot, and I forgot the boy that died with him at the Rains game, but the boy Robert ain't even do that, even though he on the 6th side. It was Bibby, and Will knew that, but Bibby died like 3 weeks later, so that was crazy.
Okay. And so who we're talking about right now, that you claim not to know his last name, is the very person you are texting Jewel Jordan about, right, Will?
Yes, ma'am.
So you knew him well enough to be texting to your friend, Jewel Jordan, after the high school shooting at Rains, correct?
Yes, he was known.
And the other person that you are mentioning in the same sentence is Robert. You're referring to Robert Howard, the person who actually went to prison for manslaughter for that shooting, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're also mentioning Bibby, is that correct?
Yes.
Bibby is a nickname. It is a gang nickname, isn't it, Miss Andrews?
I didn't know his real name. I'm just referring to him as Baby.
Okay. Because Bibby is the way that the people who you hang out with refer to him, right?
No, the people on the internet refer to him as Baby.
That's right. And that's how they know him, by his
Yes.
gang name.
I mean, I wouldn't know if it's his gay name.
Do you think Bibby is his legal name?
I don't know him personally to know, so.
And then Jewel Jordan responds, OMG, LMFA, what does that mean?
Laughing my fucking ass off.
Everybody kind of knew. They all had comments to calling. You guys are also watching what is going on social media between these warring rival gangs, aren't you?
Yeah, that day we're actually referring to a post, so we're reading the comments, but instead of putting it in the comments, we're texting it to each other.
Now I want you to read to the jury what you texted your friend Jewel Jordan on January 21st of 2021.
I said, girl, I don't like Foolio. Laugh my fucking ass off. Ugly ass bitch. He need to die. And shit, that was Will friend. Fuck the cold shit. Then I said, bitch, he shot me and my friend died. Yeah, I'm pointing out who did it.
This is 3.5 years
And
before
so
the event.
you don't like Julio Foolio. That's fair to say. Back in 2021, you didn't like him.
Yeah, that was my opinion when I was 17 years old.
And your exact words were, he need to die, correct?
Yeah, but I didn't mean it literally. I'm 17, just gossiping.
Okay. But you really are talking about your friend Will, and you're saying, fuck that code shit, if he shot me and my friend died. You're referring to Will and his friend Spaz that died.
Yeah, I was saying he knew probably who killed his friend. He should have spoke up. I'm saying it was my friend. I'm going to tell who did it.
So you were upset that 6 Block, and you believe 6 Block and Julio Foolio's group were responsible for your friend getting shot, correct?
I mean, that was what was on the internet, and I wasn't upset. I mean, I'm just gossiping. I really don't care, honestly.
And then you emphasized it, right?
No, she
She
emphasized it.
emphasized it.
What I like here is that finally Alicia is showing some emotion. That I lack, that the complete lack of it almost in her direct examination kind of put me off.
Then I want you to go down here and say what you said, 1/22 of 2021.
I said, bitch, hold on, because I think Julio talking about Therese and his friends left my ass up. I do not like him.
Okay. And tell us again who Therese is.
Therese is the person I'm in a picture with.
And then what did you say?
I'm trying to put 2 and 2 together. I was reading the comments.
And then what did you say here?
No, that's her talking.
Oh, I'm
At the
sorry,
top.
what did Jewel Jordan say in
She
response?
said, that is Julio, though. He recruit a bunch of dumbass niggas who willing to die.
And then what was your response to that?
I said, right, and he started to realize. But first time I saw him, that shit clicked on. When Julio called, we all in the garage, he talking about, nigga always want me to ride with him when he down here, so I could be the one to die, not him. I ain't nobody guard. I said, bitch, I was dying.
And what do you mean when you texted that?
I was in the garage with Therese one day, like just chilling, and one of his, I think that was his cousin or somebody older, and he gets a call from Julio, and he, I think, asked him to ride somewhere, and he tells the friend, like, at the phone, he goes, he said, I'm not riding nowhere with him. I'm not finna die. And I just sent it to my friend. I'm like, well, I'm over here laughing about it.
And you said Isaiah Chance, you did not know he was in a gang, is that correct?
I mean, I heard people say it, but when I asked him, he says he's not.
Yeah, even the lead attorney says he's only associated with. Well, in a community where everybody lives and grows up, go to school, who is not associated if they sometimes talk? Now, apparently, after the fact, yeah, he's a gangbanger, but at the time, they have to prove that she knew this at the time.
You also were aware of what happened at the town center, is that correct?
Yes, it was on the news.
Tell us what happened at the town center.
Some people died in a car leaving Wasabi.
Okay. Young and Ace, correct?
He didn't die, but he got shot.
Young and Ace's group, is that correct? They were in that car.
His cousin and brother, I believe.
And he was the only one that survived, correct?
Yes.
His brother was killed.
I think that was his brother, yeah.
Person named 23, Royal Smith, was
yeah.
killed.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, here it's not as much as how she's answering the questions. She's revealing to everybody the extent of her knowledge. And there were talks about, yeah, it's a huge risk from the defense. And I'm still on the fence on if this is good or bad for the defense, but it should have been good for the defense, because if it's not good for the defense,
And Isaiah
bad
Chance, he
for
was
them.
upset about that, wasn't he?
I mean, I don't know if he's upset, but he would say like he's heard about it sometimes.
That is something, a moment that he has shared with you intimately about what happened at the town center. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I mean, I already knew what happened, but he's explaining to me like he don't like to go out there.
Correct, because 23 died at the town center.
Yeah, he believes it's violence out there. He don't want to go out there.
And he was upset about it, right?
I mean, I guess so.
You had a conversation. You don't remember the conversation you had with him on your phone where you wanted to go do something at the town center?
Yeah, I believe I showed him a restaurant I wanted to go to.
That's you here, right? You want to go one day, question mark?
I think, is that him?
Oh, that's him, you're right.
That's him.
That's one of his old phone numbers, 904-575-7534.
Yes, that's his old number.
And he's like, you want to go one day? And you said, yeah, it's in the town center.
Yes.
And then what was your response?
I sent him a TikTok. I was responding to the TikTok saying, laugh my ass off, bro.
And then what was his response?
He said, I hate it here. I hate it there.
Why would he hate it there?
I guess he's traumatized about it. Somebody you know died out there. You don't want to go out there.
And his next response to you?
He says, I don't like the town center.
And then what did you say?
I said, you hate everywhere. We don't got to sit in.
And then what did he respond to you?
He's telling me 23 got killed in the town center. That's why I don't like it out there.
And then what was his next
He said, I
response?
don't like thinking about it for real. So when I do switch moves, like an MF.
And what was your response to this texting conversation?
I said, well, we don't have to go there if it's gonna bother you. I forgot about it. It's some other places we both ain't tried yet.
So this is a conversation that you have had more than once with Isaiah Chance, isn't that true?
I think that's is it the one time?
You said
I
you
don't
forgot
know.
about it, right?
No, I'm saying I forgot that it happened in the town center because I've seen it on the news.
You knew who 23 was, right?
So he referred to 23. Yes, I knew of the person.
Knew that 23 is associated with Young and Ace, is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, I knew that.
He has confided in you about more than one death that occurred in this gang war. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I don't know of more than one. Which one you referring to?
You know, Antonio Tilley died between October 6th and October 7th of 2023.
Yes, he told me his friend died.
He was traumatized by that, correct?
I mean, I wasn't around him to know if he's traumatized, but he
Didn't
said
you-
he was sad, yeah.
Didn't you have a texting conversation with him October 7th of 2023 when he said that he was traumatized and that he was mentally not well, not right in the head?
I think I remember that conversation. I asked if he wanted me to be around him for, you know,
needed
just
space,
more
right?
support. Yeah, but he didn't want me to come.
And you remember
Completely unrelated, but about 2 years ago during the YSL trial, I kind of made fun of the pronunciation of asked. And it seems like it's very common for it to be pronounced axed instead. I had no idea at the time, so 2 years later, my apologies.
that conversation. He didn't want you around because he was not in the right headspace the day after his friend Tilly died, correct?
Yeah, I remember. I mean, who would be in the right headspace after their friend died?
And so much so that you agreed not to go see him, right?
Yeah, if he don't want me there, I'm not gonna go.
And you were worried about him, right?
Yeah, but I know if he doesn't want me there, I'm not gonna just go.
And that was October 6th and 7th of 2023. Are you aware that Charles Jones, his life, there was an attempt on his life that occurred on October 7th of 2023, the day after his good friend Tilly was killed?
I've heard about it.
You heard about it from Charles Jones, right?
Yeah, I believe you went live or something.
Yeah, and in fact, not only did you hear about it from Charles Jones, you had conversations on your phone about it, and you assured him you would delete it, right?
Delete what?
Delete. I'm sorry. You had conversations with your boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, about it, and you deleted the conversations, didn't you?
About what?
About what he had done.
He never told me he did anything. I don't remember.
Well, then let me ask you, with looking at your messages with him on October 7th of 2023, refresh your recollection? You see that conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've been in this trial, correct?
Yes.
You heard that the shell casings that was taken off of your boyfriend's best friend's Toyota 4Runner, that the ballistics matched the casings that were used to shoot at Julio Foolio, Charles Jones, on October of 2023, right?
Yes.
It's been tied to that ballistically, right?
Yeah, I've heard it.
And and it occurred the day after Tilly was killed.
Yes.
And he was torn up, and you guys had conversations about it. You and your boyfriend Isaiah Chance had conversations about that. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yeah, he's telling me he's not himself right now. He needs space. He never told me he did anything.
Then what is it that you're referring to after he tells you to stay loyal, right? He tells you that. He texts that to you after that, after he said he needed some time, on October 8th, now that we're talking, the
Yes.
day after Charles Jones, where they tried to take his life, right?
I mean,
Overruled.
He says to you, don't go run off normally, what you normally do, be loyal, stay loyal. That's what he said to you, right?
yes, and you're misinterpreting what he's saying. When he says stay loyal, he means don't go cheat. Because, I mean, I talk to who I want to talk to at times. When he's not paying me no attention, I feel like you ignore me, you're doing what you want to do, I'm going to go talk to other people. So that's why he's telling me stay loyal, don't do what you normally do.
So when he's dead,
Yeah. That was my interpretation as well. Sadly, it also says that doesn't speak to abuse, does it?
devastated because his friend died, and then he and his friend tried to kill their rival, what he's worried about is you staying loyal to him?
I mean, I guess so.
Okay. And so what are you referring to when you say
Hi, Matthew Peltier. Thank you.
in direct response to that?
Says Nick, the US had kind of a language controversy over cultural language called at the time Ebonics, which came to a head in the mid to late 90s. The vernacular, of course, went through comedians too. Okay, thank you. Now I know something new today. Thank you so much.
You're saying, it's fine, you're all right now, it's somebody close to you, not a random person, so I mean it's normal to feel how you feel. I'm not bae, we're straight, we're just together, we're good. I deleted what you said, and I'm not texting nobody, even if you don't want to talk about it at the moment. So what exactly are you referring to that you deleted?
He told me to delete a message with somebody's texting me. It was a different guy.
So again, he's worried about you cheating. He didn't make any sort of confessions and confide in you as to what happened on October 7th?
No, he didn't.
Overruled.
And so when you are with law enforcement and they are interviewing you and they bring up Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, and they specifically talk about this beef, you lie to them and act like you don't know nothing about that, right?
Yeah, he asked me if I had knowledge, like I knew exactly who did what. Like, no, I don't have no direct knowledge. I know what's on the internet, but I didn't assume that's what he was asking me, so I said no.
You know nothing about Julio the big rapper, right?
I said I know what's on the internet. I don't know personally if it's true, who did what.
You know more than what is on the internet. Isn't that true, miss?
No, I actually don't.
You have just read to the jury about different deaths
That's on the internet in our city. I don't know if it will be in
And-
Tampa, but Jacksonville is on the internet.
and also a person you know that's been shot, Will.
Yeah, I went to school with him, so I know.
Okay, so that's not just on the internet. That's something that you lived through, right?
I didn't live through it. I mean, that's his situation. I just know about it.
And you're dating Isaiah Chance Gutta, right?
Dating him when at that time?
And you know that his best friend, 23, has been killed.
I mean, okay, that's his friend. That's not my friend.
Okay. But you're aware of it, right?
Yeah, I'm aware.
And you know that Tilly has been killed.
Yes, that's his friend. That's not my friend.
But again, you are aware of it, right?
Yeah, it's on the internet.
Overruled.
And you know that Bibby has been killed,
Yes, just like everybody else knows.
and you yourself know about it.
Yes, it's on the internet.
And law enforcement are informing you that they are asking you about the death of Charles Jones in Tampa, right?
Yes,
And they are talking to you and they are mentioning that they know the beef between these two groups, right?
yes,
And your boyfriend Isaiah Chance is connected to many of the people who have died in this rival gang war.
yeah, he's connected, not me. So,
But you know about it.
yes, I know.
And you lied to law enforcement and withheld all of that information knowing that they are investigating another death in this rival gang war, right?
I mean, in the beginning, they told me to talk about what I want to talk about. I don't have to talk about what I don't want to talk about, and I didn't want to be in the middle of that. I don't know for sure of any of these deaths for real. I looked on the internet. I don't know, so I didn't answer it.
They read you your Miranda rights, right? They told you that before they read you your Miranda rights, right?
I don't know if it was before or not.
You didn't just watch this video?
Yeah, I don't remember if it was before, though.
They read you your Miranda rights and told you you had the right to remain silent, that you were in the driver's seat, right?
Yes,
They also informed you you could have an attorney present with you if you wanted to, right?
yes.
And you chose to speak with them, right?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know what I was there for, so I didn't have a problem speaking to them.
You didn't know what you were there for? They told you multiple times that you were there for the murder investigation of Charles Jones, right?
I'm seeing
Yeah, but that's not what she was arrested for. That was clearly, this has been testified to. She was not there under the murder charge. She was there for something else. Apparently, some kind of resisting arrest thing, which also could be included in that, but we don't know because nobody recorded it. Isn't that weird? You go away to arrest this girl, and there's no recording of it.
as soon as it started. When I got arrested from my house, they said I had a warrant for resisting arrest. So that's why I was assuming I was going to jail for. I later ended up in a room with two guys. So I did sit there and talk.
Who told you what you were being questioned about?
Yeah, and I had no issue. I can answer the question.
And then multiple times in that interview, they were trying to impart to you the seriousness of what you were being questioned about.
Yes,
You would agree with that statement. Multiple times they tried to reach you and let you know how serious these charges were.
yes,
And they asked you for details about who was involved, and they started showing you evidence.
yeah, they did.
And in that moment, you chose to protect your boyfriend. Isn't that true?
I wouldn't say I protected him. I literally pointed him out, so that's not protecting him.
You never said that he was involved with a homicide, did you?
I didn't know if he's involved in it, so why would I tell him that?
You never said who or gave descriptions. If you truly believed he had nothing to do with this homicide, then why wouldn't you just share information and tell them and give them descriptions, even if you didn't know their name, what they look like, and where they came from?
I mean, again, I didn't know for sure, so I didn't answer that. And I'm not about to do their job for them, put my life on the line, to be in the middle of that, so I didn't answer it. I answered everything pertaining to me. Anything about them, I didn't answer.
You didn't seem like you were afraid in that interview. Were you afraid in the interview or not?
I was, but I handled myself well.
Okay. You weren't afraid of Isaiah Chance?
No, he's not even in there, so why would I be?
So, well, then I don't understand. Were you afraid to give up their names because you're afraid of them? You're afraid of Isaiah Chance and Davian Murphy and Rashad Murphy? Or are you protecting them in that interview?
I wouldn't say I'm doing any of that. I mean, you understand it's about a gang. I'm a female. I don't want to be in the middle of it, so I didn't answer it. And I don't know for sure if they did anything at the time of that, so I didn't say anything.
Then why are you up here testifying about how Isaiah Chance hit you?
Because, I mean, that leads up to why I act the way I act out of town.
You were afraid of him or not? Are you afraid of him? Does he beat you? And are you afraid to stand up to him?
Yes, at times.
And you said, I think you said in your direct examination, that people can't really understand because they don't know when you cannot leave. Is that what you said? Something to that
I
effect?
said people wouldn't understand a domestic violence relationship because you'll think, why don't you leave? Why don't you walk away? It's not that easy unless you're in it.
But that's not exactly true, is it?
It is true.
You say cannot leave. You did not live with him, did you?
No, I didn't.
You never lived with Isaiah Chance.
No, I didn't. But he knew where I stayed. He would pop up at my house, ring the doorbell all times of night. So I couldn't go nowhere. So
He never had financial control over you. He never paid your rent, did he?
I don't pay rent, so no.
You live with your parents.
Yes,
You live with two loving parents in a safe home. Isn't that true, Miss Andrews?
yes, I do.
And you never mentioned to your mother or your father that Isaiah Chance was hitting you or abusing you ever, did you?
I did.
You never reported it to police?
No, she asked me, but I didn't want to cause any problems with him or his family, so I left it alone.
So you had choices, didn't you?
That was the very last time.
Folks, there's no number I can count to when it comes to domestic violence cases. Even when people don't live together, even when it is teenagers, where it happens and they keep it a secret. Here she told her parents, apparently. And here's the thing, if the prosecution knew, and they better fucking knew it, if they knew that she told her parents and did a report, why didn't they counteract it in the... Yeah. As I said at the beginning of this, when she said you disobeyed your boyfriend, oh, bitch, you better be fucking certain that the jury does not believe in the abuse. Because if just a couple of them, 2 or 3 of them, believes the abuse actually happened, you might have lost them. And yeah,
So I told him,
Are you afraid of him and do things because you are fearful of him? Is that what you testified to on direct?
yes,
So fearful of him that you have to do everything he says, is that correct?
at times, yes.
And you are claiming to this jury that you're not in a relationship with him anymore, is that true, ma'am?
I'm not. I said he may think that because I never broke up with him, but
Do
I'm
you
not.
think that he thinks that because you still talk to him even though he is locked in jail, right?
Yes, I do still talk to him, and that's because of my issue. I don't want to cause any safety issues in his jail. He sends me verbal messages and where I'm at, so, I mean, I just keep him at ease. There's nowhere for me to go.
What safety issues? He is locked up for first-degree murder charges and cannot get to you. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I mean, you do know his ways in a jail. You can send messages to people. People look at me sideways. Oh, that's your boyfriend? He said this. He told me to tell you this. Like, it's safety issues. Like,
You
literally
are-
before I came to trial, a deputy told me one of my co-defendants were trying to have me jumped. So I just do what I had to do.
You are also safely in jail. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I wouldn't say safely. You can get
yeah, lady, jails are not safe. Seriously. Okay. I have to say, it's cringe. I don't know if it helped the defense. I don't see the jury or their reactions. But if a prosecutor goes up there and say you are safe in jail, you're a fucking liar.
in a fight at any time.
And I mean, if she doesn't tone this part down, prosecutor, the cross-examination might help the defense more than the direct examination.
Okay. There are all kinds of deputies. Is that correct?
Oh, for fuck's
Yes,
sake.
all of them don't do their job also. So
And we're not talking about your safety from other people. We're specifically talking about your safety from Isaiah Chance, someone you claim to be so afraid of that you will go along and do anything for him, right?
I wouldn't do anything for him, but
You wouldn't go along with a murder plot for him?
no, he never told me anything about a murder plot.
And you wouldn't try to call him multiple times incorrectly from the jail, right?
What do you mean incorrectly?
You're not allowed to phone another inmate, can you?
I don't call him like that, so what do you mean?
You're right, you don't call him like that. You have to break policy of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and do some kind of three-way call involving Isaiah Chance's mother. Isn't that true?
Yeah, we do that.
You do it all the time, right?
Yes, when he asks for me, I do it.
As for you, you have to initiate your own phone call. He can't call you in the jail either, can he?
I said when he asks for me, I do it. If he tells me to call, I'm going to call.
It's not just that he answers for you. You can't call him directly. Isn't that true, ma'am?
No, I can't.
You have to coordinate and you have to make arrangements with some third party who is not in jail so that you can talk to him. Isn't that true?
Okay, sorry for interrupting. I don't have specific numbers for mortality rate in Hillsborough County Jail, where Alicia Andrews is situated. I do have for Hillsborough. Where did it go? There. The age-adjusted death rate for Hillsborough County, Florida. This can't be right. 500. Well, homicide rate. Oh. Dun, dun, dun. $28. No, that can't be right. Violent crimes in Hillsborough County is, well, it's lower. Give me percentage, you asshole. Felony filings. No, okay, I can't find it. But here's the thing. Jails aren't safe. Especially if you're involved in a trial and crime with gangs, involving gangs. This is just stupid.
Yes, and like I said, it goes back to me keeping him happy. I don't want to cause any issues while I'm sitting here. If he gets mad, if I don't call him, it's no telling what he's going to say. They can all, I'm the odd one out of this. They can all turn around and say, oh, it was Alicia, and I'm not getting in the middle of that. So I keep him happy while I'm here. He wants me to call, he wants to talk to me, let him know about the baby. He lets me know, I let him know I'm okay. That's what I do.
You call him 5 to 10 times a day in there.
Yes, when he says, call back, I call back.
And you also do messages. There's a kiosk system where you can kiosk with him. Isn't that correct?
Yes, he texts me and I text him.
And you have intimate conversations about your case, don't you?
Yes, when he asks, I let him know.
And he sends you messages which could be called sexting, right?
Yeah, he do. I keep him happy, like I said.
And you're no longer in a relationship with him, correct?
No, he thinks that.
And you call him multiple times a day, every day, for several months. Isn't that true?
Yes, like I said, I'm doing what I have to do. I'm not going to let him know. I'm not going to get on the phone and act like it's a change. I'm acting the same. I'm doing what I have to do.
Ma'am, you understand you're on trial for first-degree murder, right?
Yes, I do.
And it's for hanging out with him.
I do.
And you are still protecting him, right? To this.
Yeah, prosecutor. She's there because she was around him. Probably knowing things, don't know if it's proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Here's the thing. You can put her in prison for the rest of her life. He can kill her by proxy. What would you be more afraid of?
This day, you're protecting him.
I'm not protecting him.
You are still calling him and communicating with him, aren't you?
Yes, it's not protecting him, though.
So much so that you call his mother, right?
I do.
And you have been advised, and you report to his mother that you don't care that your attorneys tell you not to talk to him. You're going to do it anyway, right?
Yes, because I feel like that's the best way to do it.
So you are so desperate to talk to him and have communication with him, you don't even care if it may be hurtful to your case.
I wouldn't say desperate, because when I did disappear and listened, he texted me from another person and said, why are you not listening to me? Why are you not responding? When are you going to get it through your big red forehead? And all these other things. So I started back talking to him.
So now again, you're talking to him because you're still afraid of him, right? Even though he is locked up for first-degree murder charges and cannot go near you.
I didn't say physically come to me. I'm talking about other people.
You take advice from him, don't you?
I listen to it.
He discusses the case with you many, many times. Isn't that true?
Yes, because he knows I don't know, so he tries to make sure I know everything.
In fact, he tells you to kind of stay strong because the state thinks you're the weaker link. Has he told you that before?
Yes, he told me that.
Have you responded to him on, let's see.
Yeah. Dark Alter says this is distress and effect taking root. There's prosecutions in. Yeah, I mean, if you have any knowledge about the jail systems, you know jails aren't safe. And it doesn't really matter if you can physically meet. If that person is a member of the gang, there will be other gang members around in her jail.
Recently, it's June 27th of 2025. Did you tell them half the witnesses are dead, you're listening to Jacksonville, and they don't solve shit, I'm just lost because this is all pointless?
Said what?
Did you say to him, half of their witnesses are dead, you're listening to Jacksonville, and they don't solve shit, I'm just lost because this is all pointless?
Yes, I told him, and that's my opinion. I don't understand why I'm here. It's really about them.
So you're still talking about what you're charged with him.
Yeah, he's aware, so I can say that.
And he tries to tell you what you should do in your case, right? And he tries to tell you what is the plan about the Airbnb. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yeah, and I don't control him, so he talks about what he wants to talk about.
Don't you say in response to him telling you all that, you don't got to say all that. Don't walk me through those stops. You said that, right?
Yeah, I stop him when he talks about the case because I already kind of know that. So he tries to let me know, and I already know.
It's not because you've already discussed what you two are going to say that you're on some kind of vacation to Tampa.
No, we haven't.
That's not what you're referring
talked
to?
about that. No. He's talking about the girl in the Airbnb.
On July 5th, 2025, you didn't tell his mother that you made the defense attorney's investigator so mad because you told him you're not going to leave until you want to and that they can't tell you who you can talk to, we're specifically referring to him. Isn't that true?
I was referring to other people too, but him too.
Because you are not going to give him up. Isn't that true?
Like I said, I'm doing what I think I should do to keep him happy.
And that is calling him hundreds of times, multiple times a day.
Yes, you don't see the other messages when he asks us. He says, can you call? I need you to call. Are you okay? How are you? How's the baby?
Yeah, I'm not so sure this is
So,
good for the
at some
prosecution.
point, when I say you guys are off and on, there are times where he doesn't want to talk to you. Isn't that true, ma'am?
At times.
And there are times that he blocks you, right?
Yes.
And right before, let's talk about June 17th of 2024, right? This is
Yes.
within a couple of weeks of this happening, right?
I think a couple of days. Yeah.
June 17th, 2024, he blocked you. So you got to resort to a text now chat, right? That's not a normal means of texting on an iPhone, right? This is a special app.
Yeah, that's the app, but pertaining to him, I always text on text now when he blocks me.
So he's blocked you before, right?
Yes, whenever he's mad, he blocks me.
So sometimes he's ended communication and broken up with you, right?
Not broken up, he just goes off for a day or two.
And so can you read to the jury what it is you texted this person that you're afraid of?
Oh, I said, bitch, you a sicko. Why you blocking me over a call I didn't even initiate? Trying to act like you mad, and I make people comfortable.
You need to speak, I'm sorry, Ms. Andrews, the court reporter's got to take down what you're
My
saying,
bad.
so you got to speak real slow, okay?
I said, bitch, you a sicko. Why you blocking me over a call I didn't even initiate? Trying to act like you mad, and I make people comfortable. I didn't do shit to make nobody feel comfortable. It was out the fucking blue. Why the fuck are you acting like it's my problem? You just wanted to have a reason to talk. I messed up when I was typing. To talk to ugly bitches you talk to. Everybody you come across and you touch, you fuck them up. You're not even mentally there and stable in the head for no relationship, even when I didn't do shit to your ass or start a conversation. You still fucking mad, the fuck. And then I said, and you acting like I'm not pregnant. You gonna talk to me one day, so I don't give a fuck about your attitude. And I said, bye, bitch.
So this reconciliation that you're talking about, this is what he is trying to stop communication with you, right?
This is one of the things he do. So when you say stop communication, he just disappears for a day. He doesn't even really mean it. He's gonna pop up the next day and be like, what you doing?
So you weren't trying to make this jury think when you first testified that there was domestic violence in your relationship and this reconciliation was you trying to get back with him and him trying to reconcile with you because of something he did, right?
Wait, can you repeat it?
Yes, I can. You're not trying to make this jury believe that he was the one trying to reconcile with you after he hit you or something, are you?
I don't know what you mean by that pertaining to the message. I'm just cursing him out.
No, I said when you guys get back together, I thought you told the defense attorney on your direct that this was some kind of reconciliation trip. You
It
guys
was.
trying to get back together, right?
It was after I sent that, he did eventually end up texting me, not on there, but he texted my phone and we're back cool. We always do that.
And why is his little brother coming on this reconciliation trip with you?
I mean, I don't know that. That's something you have to ask him. I didn't know he was even going.
But you know why you were going, right?
Yes, he invited me and I thought it was gonna be us two.
And it wasn't, right?
Yeah.
And you get to an Airbnb and you're only there for a day.
Yes.
And you go nowhere except for 3 clubs, is that correct?
Yeah, in McDonald's.
And again, not with him and Davian Murphy, right?
Yes.
So what exactly was planned for this trip where you two were going to get back together after fighting?
It wasn't necessarily get back together. It was just to spend time. I didn't have a plan. Oh, if we get down here, go here, go here. It If we go out, we go out. If we don't, I would be fine with that too.
So now it's not a reconciliation trip.
No, we are getting back cool, but I'm saying it wasn't a big deal to go out nowhere. That was his decision.
You kind of just testified that he didn't spend any alone time with you that entire night, right?
He was up there, but eventually he would go his own way.
Okay. You said that he didn't go with you anywhere, and you did not go with him to when they first checked out teasers around 10. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was still in the bed at that time.
And you lied to law enforcement in that interview when you said it was just the two of you, right?
The two of us went because I mentioned Sean too.
You did, but that wasn't until later on in the conversation. When they first asked you about the Airbnb and the door, you specifically said, it's just me and him. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes, I did say that because I meant like when we first came in, it was just me and him.
So again, there was no planned story that if the two of you got caught, that it was just going to be you and him on a romantic getaway.
We never talked about caught, let them get caught about because I didn't do anything.
So again, no conversation ahead of time if you were to get caught about what your story would be.
He never told me nothing about getting caught. When he got interrogated, he came back and told me that's what happened. And he said, you don't have to worry about that because we didn't do anything.
When did you have the conversation with him about his interrogation?
When it was the first time they searched his house.
Before you were interrogated by law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
So there was some discussion about what it is that law enforcement was going to be questioning you about in that interview, right?
He didn't mention the guy. He just said our trip out of town.
Okay. Such a coincidence, right? He mentions the trip out of town. You still aren't suspicious. You have still no idea a murder happened. But after he's arrested for not a homicide, just for what?
It
A
was
resisting
arrest.
You guys are talking about the trip to Tampa.
I mean, not in detail. He just said the trip.
But he wasn't arrested in Tampa, was he? He was arrested in Jacksonville by Duval County Sheriff's officers. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes, but I'm saying after they arrested him, he let me know what it was for.
For leaving the scene, right?
No.
So what, for resisting arrest, nothing that had to do in the charges of Tampa, right?
No, they left a search warrant and it said the conspiracy thing on there and something else.
Jacksonville, Duval County left the conspiracy and murder charge up there?
I don't know if it was Jacksonville, but it was on one of the papers.
And so that's what led to a conversation of you all being down in Tampa, is that correct?
Yeah, he just said it was about the trip to Tampa.
So when you testified to this jury that you had no idea why Tampa officers were pulling you in for that interview, you were lying up there on the stand?
That's not what I said. I mean, he didn't go in full detail about what they were coming to about Tampa. He just said the trip in Tampa.
You said you had no idea why these officers were pulling you into that interview room. Isn't that
And I
what you just
meant
testified
because when they
to?
came to my house, they were coming for resisting arrest, so I didn't know why Tampa was coming to talk to me.
But that's not what you just said, because you said after the resist charge, before your interview, you and your boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, were talking about what happened in Tampa.
That was way before. I mean, like when he got arrested.
So let's talk about some more lies that you told law enforcement. You said that you could not remember how it was you got through the back door of the Airbnb, right? Do you have any memory issues?
No, not slow.
Overruled, go ahead. I'm sorry, what was the answer?
Any
I said
memory
no. I mean,
issues?
I'm not slow. I mean, memory issues.
Well, they're talking to you within a couple of months of you coming to Tampa, right?
Yes.
You don't come to Tampa every day, right?
No.
And you were with your boyfriend at this Airbnb, correct?
Yes.
And you saw those videos of you at this front door. Can you take a look at the photo behind you?
And for
Yes.
the record, what are you showing her?
I'm showing her State's Exhibit 60. You recognize this Airbnb?
Yes.
And you saw the other video, State 61, where you were on the Ring camera, right?
Yes.
You're only on that Ring camera entering this front door 2 times, right?
Yeah, I think it was 2 times.
On June 22nd of 2023.
Yes.
And then you are not on that front door Ring camera at all, correct?
No.
And they don't just ask you about the front door. They ask you, you leave. You leave 2 times and come back, right?
Yes, I did.
You left and you went to the McDonald's with Davy and Murphy and your boyfriend Isaiah Chance, right?
Yes.
And you didn't go out this front door and you didn't come back this front door, right?
Right.
Can you take a look at the video, ma'am? We're going to show you how it is you get to the back door of this Airbnb. this is the back door, right? This is how you would have to get in when you're going to the back door, right? You got to walk through this grass pathway. And then open this door, this gate, right? And then it takes you to the sliding glass doors, right?
Yes, ma'am.
They didn't just ask you about the front door. They asked you what door you got in when you came back from the McDonald's, right?
Yes, they did.
And you didn't tell them, if you have nothing to hide, and we're just talking about an Airbnb, you didn't just say, I went through the back door, right?
Yeah, I didn't say that.
You lied, right?
I don't think I answered it.
You said, I don't remember.
Yeah, and I probably was aggravated at the time, so,
But it's a lie nonetheless, right?
yeah.
Because certainly you're not going to make the jury believe that you going through some dark pathway in the middle of the night to leave and then get back is something that you're not going to remember, right?
I mean, not necessarily. It wasn't a big thing to remember that day.
Even though you're being questioned on a first-degree murder charge, you can't even tell them that you just left the back door to go to McDonald's?
Yeah, but I'm saying I didn't really remember that, so, and I was aggravated, so.
It's a lie. You lied to law enforcement knowing they're investigating a first-degree homicide.
Yeah, but he was just asking me about a back door, so I didn't see any relevance.
So it's okay to lie to law enforcement if you don't think it's relevant, right?
No.
You have no clue what they're planning, right?
No.
You see the two spots here?
Yes.
They're open, right?
Yes, they are.
Where's the Impala?
It's parked on the side.
Where on the side?
In one of the other parking spots they had on the side.
Close to where that back door is, that side parking lot where the back door is?
I don't remember if it was close. I think it was like in the middle.
They had some bags, right? You have a bag right there.
Yeah, my dad.
So when all of those bags and stuff are unloaded, except for yours, they have to go through that back pathway to load all of those heavy guns, right?
I mean, I can't answer that. I didn't see them carried in there.
And you didn't see Damian Murphy in there either, did you?
Not when I first got there, no.
But eventually you did see him, right?
Yes, later on.
States Exhibit 38A. So again, you saw him at the Airbnb.
Yes.
He's staying at the Airbnb.
I mean, if you consider that staying.
You lied to law enforcement about there being any other individual at that Airbnb other than you, Isaiah Chance, and his little brother, right?
Yeah, I didn't answer anything about the other people.
So that's a lie, right, ma'am? You lied to them about Damian Murphy, a member of 1200, or an associate of 1200, being at that Airbnb.
Yeah, I didn't want to answer anything about them, so I didn't answer.
Also, not relevant, right?
I mean, I wouldn't know, so.
36A. You don't know who this is, right?
At the time I didn't, but I do now.
You rode in a car with him for 3.5 hours, right?
Yes, I also went to sleep. I didn't really look at him like that.
You have been to his house for a barbecue. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes.
He was introduced to you by your boyfriend of over 3 years of his second family, right?
Yeah.
He introduced you to all of his family members, right?
I didn't say all their family members.
You said he introduced you at that barbecue and said, this is my second family, right?
Yes, but I don't know if that's his real family members.
So you're suggesting to this jury that when you are being introduced by your boyfriend to his second family, that he posed some fake people next to him?
I'm saying I don't know if he was talking about everybody that was standing there. Could have been talking about particular people.
But certainly Sean Gathright was there, right?
Yes, ma'am, he was there.
And he's one of the people he's saying, this is my second family, right?
No, he said little brother to him.
Part of his family. And then the rest of the people was his second family, right?
Yeah, he considered them second family.
And you care about Isaiah Chance?
I did.
And you would have us believe that after he introduced you to his little brother, his second family, you went off in some second room and never looked at his face?
I didn't go off to the second room. I just got a plate and went back to the car.
You hid in the car, right?
Yeah, I don't really talk much, so I got back in the car.
Oh, so you never had a conversation with him?
No, I just said hey and bye.
And you can't tell that this person in 36A is the same person in 36B?
I mean, at the time, it didn't really look like him. I just glanced at the picture. I said no.
And in the entire 3.5 car ride, you never looked at his face either?
I'm not staring him down, so I mean, no.
And at the entire time that you were at the Airbnb with him, you never looked at his face or had one conversation with him?
I didn't have a conversation with him, but I maybe glanced.
walking next to Isaiah Chance at Teasers. You were walking next to him at that parking lot when he was at Truth 18. I'm not going to play the videos again. You saw that. You guys were walking right next to him.
If you consider that right next to him, yes.
Some points you were a little behind him, is that correct?
Yes.
And some points you were right next to him, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And there were points when he has that phone, your phone, up to his ear.
Yeah, at certain points.
And at one point, when he has it up to his ear, he has to give it to you so you can do what?
Put the code in. That was at the first club.
And that's right, put the call in, right? There is a call that is happening. And
I said the code.
The code. But there is a call happening. He's actually on the phone, right?
At the first club, he attempts to make a call, yeah.
Attempts, right? It's literally up to his ear.
Yeah, I don't think he went through.
Oh, because you're right next to him, you would know, right?
No, I mean, he didn't say anything, so that's why I said I don't think he went through.
And at some point, he hands it to you so you can do what?
I mean, I didn't put the code back in after that.
Just the one time?
Yes.
It didn't go off any other time that you were with him from the entire time to Teasers, to Truth 18?
I mean, later on, I think, yeah, at the next club, yeah.
What about in the car?
No, when the car was still unlocked.
And you never heard him utter one word on that phone while you were next to him in the parking lot at Teasers?
Jesus just the first club, right?
Yes, ma'am.
No, he didn't say anything.
And he never said one thing the entire time when you guys are sitting in that parking lot at Teasers at the same point when Charles Jones is there.
He said something, but he didn't say anything about him.
What did he say?
He just was saying how all the people were just standing there, standing around.
He had never had one phone call?
I mean, he tried to call. I don't know. Again, I don't know if he went through.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 94C1. You see this when he's on the phone actually sharing a live location with Sean Gathright that's occurring at 2 a.m.? You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
He does that multiple times. So he has your phone a lot in that car, right?
Yes.
And so anytime there's inactivity on the phone, you got to do what for him?
Unlock it, but he never locked it back. If he didn't respond, he just went and got on something else.
He doesn't lock the phone, right? That's something that happens automatically based on time, right?
Yes.
When that phone locks up in the parking lot, it's not because he locked it, it's because there's a timing mechanism on your iPhone that makes it go dark, right?
I mean, yeah, but the first time he got the car, it's my phone. He stops me and asks for it, so it's not unlocked when he asks for it.
And then at some point, he starts texting NIDGA, pick up the FNO. He says that. He doesn't text it just once at 2:31. He sends this text again at 2:31 and 24 seconds. So he wants somebody to pick up that effing phone. Are you claiming when he's texting that, he's not saying anything to you?
No, not about that.
Do you see him desperately going like this?
No, not like he's rushing. He just regular typing.
He just casually texts,
Yes.
pick up the effing phone, twice.
Yeah.
And that was something that if he had done it very erratically, you would have noticed, right?
Yeah, but he wasn't.
That might have tipped you off that something pretty important was happening, right?
I mean, if you say so.
So he's just casually typing that in, and then he's sharing the location again later, 2 hours later. But after this exchange, he never gets a phone call. There's no conversation in that car,
I don't remember him having a conversation there.
but he's not sending one other text after he desperately texts that twice, right?
I don't think he did.
You don't think, or you're not willing to tell us?
I don't really know what he texts, so.
And you don't remember or him hearing him have any conversation in that car?
Not right there, no.
And you remember Detective Ramos when he was sitting next to you and he was kind of acting out what he thought happened after he saw the video footage and some of the messaging, that he's right next to you in that car and he's saying, he's sitting this close to you, right? He's in the driver's seat, right?
Yes.
And you are in the passenger seat, right?
Yeah.
Remember that exchange? And he kind of imitates and acts out, hey, get here, get here. He's going into the club now. You better get here now. That you're claiming something like that never happened.
No, I told you what he said.
Okay.
Only time he said something was when he flipped the camera and said it was packed and where y'all at.
Do you also remember, oh, so now they said where you're all at, right?
I'm talking about when he took the picture on the screenshot. That's what I said he said.
Okay, did you know who he was talking to?
I mean, no, but I assumed it was his friends.
Do you remember when law enforcement specifically asked you about the black Chevy Impala?
Yes, ma'am.
That black Chevy Impala happened to be at the Home to Suites, correct?
I mean, yeah, but at the time I didn't know that.
You didn't see the black Chevy Impala when your boyfriend was circling around the parking lot, not once, but twice?
No, I didn't see that car.
That was a car that you had ridden down to Jacksonville with Sean Gathright, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't recognize that car in the parking lot?
I mean, I'm not gonna know if it's them though. I don't know if it's them.
So just a coincidence that you happened to be at Home to Suites, right?
I mean, I'm not driving, so I can't tell you why he went there.
You got out of the vehicle with Isaiah Chance at both of those clubs, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said on your direct examination that you went up to the bouncers, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a lie, right?
I wasn't referring to those clubs. I was referring to Players Club.
The detectives never mentioned the Players Club to you in that interview, right?
No, he showed me a video of a parking lot, so I just assumed it was that club.
He showed you the video of the two of you walking out of that club, correct?
No, he showed me a parking lot, the first video when I said that.
He also showed you Julio Foolio, is that correct?
He did.
At the front door.
I believe he did.
And they specifically asked you at Teasers and at Truth 18, the two clubs that you went to, whether or not you had talked to the bouncers, right?
I think he did ask me.
And you said that you had spoken to them at both and that the price was too high, correct?
Again, I was talking about Players Club. I had the clubs mixed up at the time. I didn't know the names. And I didn't say specifically that. I said I talked to the bouncer, the guys that be at the front door.
And there's no footage at Players Club, right?
No.
Overruled if she knows.
I said no.
You know that there's no video footage at Players, right?
I mean, if he would have investigated it, he would have found it probably.
And there is video footage at Teasers and Truth 18, correct?
Yeah, because that's all the detective went and looked for.
And you admit that you never went to any of the bouncers at Truth 18, right?
No, again, when I bring up the bouncers, I was referring to Players Club.
So you and your boyfriend on your reconciliation trip just went to walk in the parking lot of Teasers, right?
Teachers is the first club?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's all you did, right? You just walked in the parking lot. You didn't even come close to the front door.
I mean, yeah, we were standing there, but it's his decision. He didn't want to go in there, so.
And you have no say in the matter on your reconciliation trip, whether or not you actually get to go into the club?
I mean, I didn't have an issue with it. If he didn't want to go, he didn't want to go.
So you're just happy on this trip to get back together with just walking in the parking lot?
I wouldn't say that.
Well, then you go to the second club, Truth 18. That's the club with the second story on the second floor.
Yes, ma'am.
And that same thing happens. You just walk in the parking lot, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm following him.
Yeah. You don't even really walk up to the door. And it's at the same point when Charles Jones is at that location.
I mean, I didn't know he was there, so.
But you're okay just walking in the parking lot, right?
No, actually, I was irritated. I didn't really care to go in that when he chose the last club. After he took me to 2 locations, we didn't go anywhere. At that point, I am aggravated, so
Well, you said they didn't go in because it was packed, right?
that's what he said.
Well, at the time when you're walking on that video, there aren't tons of people in that parking lot, right?
It was. Those people parked on the side as well.
You don't even walk up those stairs to see how many people are inside, right?
We went by how many cars are outside.
Oh, so that's the definition of how a car is, or how a club is packed, by the cars, right?
I mean, to young people, yeah.
You said the next morning that that Isaiah Chance, the one time he did come in, it was to what? So you could look at his outfit, give an outfit check?
Yeah, he was showing me various outfits laying around the bed. He said she could put back on what he had on because he didn't take any pictures. And that's what we were talking about.
Because he cares how he looks like, right?
Sometimes.
He got into a war with Julio Foolio online because Julio was making fun of him wearing fake designer clothes, right?
I didn't know of that.
You had no idea about that?
No.
But he is doing an outfit check with you because he's concerned about it, right?
I mean, not really. He just saying, what do you think I should wear? Like a regular person.
And the two of you, you said you're going clubbing, right?
I mean, supposed to be.
Right. And how do you up when you go clubbing?
I mean, this will be our second time going clubbing, so he wears whatever he wants to wear. When I go, I just wear whatever I want to wear.
You just kind of said that he's very controlling about what you wear on your direct examination. And as a young woman, when you go clubbing, you get dressed up, right?
Yeah.
In fact, on your phone, you had hundreds of photographs on your phone and videos of yourself, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He was wearing, it was June in Tampa, right?
Yeah.
He was wearing a gray hooded sweatshirt with the hoodie all the way pulled up and a COVID mask
Okay.
to go clubbing.
Yeah, he don't really go out, so I don't know what he would typically wear.
And you were wearing what?
I put on a jean jacket.
Okay, hold on here.
thinking though.
When you are at
All right, we are up to
Teasers,
actual
you
live.
guys have to go around more than once to park because you can't find a parking spot, right?
Yeah, and then we see somebody coming out, so he just waited.
So it didn't matter that it's so packed, you gotta wait for a parking spot to open up?
Well, we did get out, but I mean, all the people in the front, that's when he decided he didn't want to go in.
So it's not the parked cars in the parking lot that tells you the club is packed.
It is, but I'm saying once you seen all the people up there and nobody was going in, he changed his mind.
Judge, I don't have anything further.
What?
Redirect?
Or that's it? That's it? Nothing from... All right, that was a choice. That... All right. Hold on while I put up a poll here. Where are you after cross examination? Guilty, not guilty, undecided. All right, redirect. Let's see where this goes. If I were the defense, I would hammer hard on the disrespect about the abuse.
Ms. Andrews, do you want to answer any more questions?
I can't.
I ask you one more question. There's a tattoo that's missing that hasn't been described on your arm here. What does that tattoo say?
Songs 46, God is within her, she will not fail.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
No
And
further
is there
questions.
another motion?
Judge, we would move to strike that from the record.
Granted, stricken from the record, jury's not to consider it. Okay, very good. Gentlemen, just step out momentarily. Okay, we'll be right with you, right with you.
All right.
Yeah, that's a bad call for a redirect. Jesus Christ. Didn't you listen? Oh, Mr. Attorney, there is no recross. You have the chance here to absolutely annihilate, if you can, the prosecution with, was it disrespectful? Hammer in the abuse for the 1, 2, or 3 people in the jury that might believe that. And you chose this as a redirect, being hammered by the judge. That was a bad call. That was terrible. Oh no. Folks, everything I believe the prosecution did bad in the cross-examination kind of gone. All right. That would be the end of the defense case.
Okay, very good. Let's have Ms. Andrews walk back to the defense table. And do you anticipate calling any other witnesses? Oh, okay, very good. I'll have the rest in front of the jury. State, do you anticipate any rebuttal?
No, Judge, we don't.
Okay, very good. So defense, do you have any, now that you have rested, do you have any additional motions at this time?
We want to supplement our motion for the disqualification of the officer. We'll make our second motion for judgment of acquittal.
Okay, we'll deal with the supplemental record regarding the motion to disqualify after the jury goes out. You can make your record. And so what's your second motion for JOA?
Second motion for judgment of acquittal on the understanding that the standard has shifted now, so whether a reasonable juror could find that Mr. Andrews committed the offenses in this case. For all of the same reasons that we listed in our first judgment of acquittal motion, we're reiterating the very same things. This is a purely circumstantial case. This is a case where Alicia Andrews is accused of
The victim is going to be, she's not even with the defendant when
Oh, what's going on now?
that first attempt is made. About it. That is consciousness.
What's going on?
She lied to law enforcement about it. That is conscious.
Well,
A month or so of this crime, there is
what's going on here? Why are we all of a sudden in?
any of her co-defendants. She didn't know two of them at all, barely knew one of them, and the only one she didn't know was her boyfriend. Again, zero evidence that Miss Andrews did anything to conspire with her co-defendants in this case to kill an individual. There's no evidence that she knew anyone was going to be killed. There's no evidence that she intended for anyone to die. There's no evidence that she committed any act that would further a conspiracy or a plot to murder Charles Jones.
Okay, state your response.
Judge, again, there is overwhelming evidence in this case, beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt, that the defendant and her co-defendants conspired to commit this first-degree murder of Charles Jones, that there was planning, that there was premeditation, and that is the sole reason that all of them traveled here to Tampa was to do
Overwhelming. All they have is 3.5 to 4 years before she said he should die, and then they're going to Tampa.
this one mission. The video evidence is direct evidence. The hunting and stalking of the victim in this case is captured on video at 3 separate locations. There is coordination between both videos. The defendant is the one, her device, she is providing that device as coverage for her boyfriend. She's protecting him, so this is investigated that he will not be caught or found. So there is a specific purpose. She is being used as coverage as well as part of the surveillance team, so he is not alone walking in that parking lot at both of those locations. She is the one who tried to book the Airbnb together before them at Tampa. It is clear in that messaging that she's booking it for us, is the language that she is using. It is being booked for one day. They are booking it at a location that is close where the victim is going to be. She's not even with the defendant when that first attempt is made. And she lied to law enforcement about it. That is consciousness of guilt. She continually lied, specifically about the Airbnb when first asked about it. She said no. This is an interview that only happened within a month or so of this crime. There is no reason why she would not know exactly what those law enforcement officers were talking about. It's not until they tell her they have the phone message that she says, oh yeah, I did try to book it. I tried to get half-offs. It is very clear there is overwhelming consciousness of guilt evidence in this case where she is purposely trying to evade law enforcement. It's very clear from the phone evidence where she is gotten rid of her phone and she is talking to her a friend or her sister back at home watching the house.
They didn't even try to search for the phone.
For her, that they have her new device, and she is making fun that law enforcement doesn't really have the old device. Judge, all of that is consciousness of guilt. She is an active participant. She helped Isaiah Chance stalk that victim at multiple locations before they stalked him and hunted him down at the final location, and her and the defendant circled around the victim before the assailants came out and gunned him down.
All right, deny the second motion for JOA. There's enough evidence to go to the jury. Here is a copy of the final set of jury instructions, so I need you all just to quickly take a look at them, make sure there's no last-minute corrections we need to make, and then we'll come back in and do closing arguments, okay?
Okay. During the break, we have to watch the mother's testimony from yesterday. I have it lined up. I assume they're going to have a break. Let's see if they come back anytime soon. Okay, they're not back. All right, folks. Apparently, yesterday's testimony from Grandma was wild.
The subpoena, then I stopped that.
When was that?
I want to say
All right.
Yes.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Hold on. Sidebar counter 28. All right. Let's speed this up.
See, I think the state wants to talk to you about any information you may have. Go ahead.
Ma'am, have you been watching the televised portion of this trial?
yes,
And have you been relaying what you've been watching with your son?
a summary, yes.
And what is the name of your son? Communicated to him what has been going on throughout the duration of the trial.
Yes.
Were you instructed by the defense not to watch the trial?
Well, I started that before. I wasn't originally supposed to testify. So once I got the subpoena, then I stopped that.
When was that?
I want to say late last week, early this week, something like that.
Well, when was the last time that you communicated with your son about testifying or what has occurred in court?
Probably about 2 days ago.
And was that after or before your subpoena was received?
That was after.
But you have not received any kind of notification or instruction not to watch what's going on?
I have
TV?
subsequently.
When?
It was a few days ago.
You don't recall?
I have
when?
to, not the specific day, it was a couple days ago.
And thereafter, you did not watch anything?
Correct.
And whatever was being televised, was that the live stream or news media that you were
It was
observing?
news media.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with the defense team about preparing for trial?
I spoke with them on the phone yesterday.
And were you the only person present for that preparation?
Yes.
Have you talked to your daughter, Nevaeh Gathright, about trial?
Not really, no.
About what's happened in trial?
No.
And have you been present for three-way conversations where you and your son were discussing that with Nevaeh on the phone? Ms. Gathright on the phone?
No.
Okay. I don't have anything else, Ron.
Okay. All right. Now you know. Let's go. Bring the jury.
All right. I have high hopes for this because different people have told me this went wild, including John Gary. So yeah, I expect this to be very, very interesting.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat again, and you may proceed, Mr. McClement.
All right, good. All right, could you tell us where you, not the address, but could you tell us where you currently live?
In Jacksonville.
All right, and do you know an individual named Sean Gathright?
Yes, that's my son.
Okay. You've known him his entire life?
Yes.
And did he live with you at any point in time?
Yes.
When did he stop living with you?
I mean, prior to this incident, he lived with me pretty much the whole time, except for 1 year he was in California with his dad.
Okay. Do you have a military background?
Yes, I do.
With what branch?
Retired Marine Corps.
And how long were you in the Marine Corps?
16 years.
All right. And do you have any firearms trainings
Yes.
with the Marine Corps?
Yes, I have both. I'm a 7th Award rifle expert with the rifle, and I also am trained in the 9mm Glock pistol.
Okay. Do you own any firearms?
Yes, I do.
How many firearms do you own?
I own several. You want me to include the ones that were confiscated also?
Correct. So you can just list all of them and then we can identify what was
Okay.
taken.
So I have a shotgun, a 30-06 rifle, and a 45 revolver. What else? And then I had the 2 ARs that were taken and another 9mm. I also have a 380. And then I have since replaced my ARs that were taken with another AR. and a SIG 9 mil.
All right. So, including the two that were taken, you have about 9 or so.
Yes, about that.
All right. And you've had these firearms for how long?
The new AR and the SIG I just bought in the past couple months. The other weapons I've had mostly since between 2012 and 2015 when I was stationed in Jacksonville, North Carolina.
All right. How long have you had the 2 firearms that were taken from your house?
Those two, I got those at a gun show in Jacksonville, North Carolina, so I would say 10, 11 years, 12 years, somewhere around there.
And those that were taken, they were taken by Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes, they were.
All right. Was there a search warrant conducted at your home?
Yes, there was.
And during that search warrant, did someone read the search warrant to you?
I don't recall.
All right.
They kind of,
Did the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office search your entire home?
as far as I know, they told me I couldn't go in or anything.
So you weren't actually inside when the search
No.
was conducted?
No.
All right.
They made me sit outside.
All right. I'm going to show you what's in evidence. It states Exhibit 53, A through X. You see this image?
Yes, that's the sink.
Is that the sink in your house?
Yes.
The kitchen sink? And that sink, what's inside the sink?
On the left side are the dishes, on the right side are cardboard.
Who put the cardboard in the sink?
I did.
For what?
I told the detective, I have a garden in the back where I have eggplants, tomatoes, and things like that. My mom said it's good fertilizer or compost, so I'm supposed to break it down. You soak it for like 2 or 3 days, break it down, and then use it as like fertilizer. Sometimes like carbon or something. She also grows a lot of fruit trees and stuff, so she has good ideas.
Understood. And you told that to the police?
They didn't ask me about it.
All right. The items, the cardboard, what is the cardboard made of? I'm not sorry, what is it not made of, but what is it of?
It was various different things. Amazon boxes, various boxes that were in the house.
All right. Did any of it include boxes of weapons that were purchased?
It is possible.
Do you know how long you had these items in the sink?
It was only like 2 or 3 days, I think. You're supposed to soak it for 2 or 3 days so it breaks down easier. But you gotta peel the plastic, the coating. If it's not all cardboard, you gotta peel that
Is there a
off.
question posed, Your Honor, objection?
Yep, ask a question, please.
Do you know what this is?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Do you see any cardboard that came from either a firearm or firearm part?
I believe the mag tools, and I can't see. I don't know what that blue.
All right. The home, did the home have, other than just the firearms, did it have any ammunition in it?
Yes.
All right. And what types of ammunition did you have in the home?
I have ammunition for every single type of weapon that I have.
Okay.
So I have shotgun shells. I had 9mm rounds, 5.56s, 223s, 45, so on and so forth.
Where do you keep the firearms that you do have?
The firearms are in a safe in my master bedroom.
The safe, how do you get into it?
It's either a combination code or a key.
Showing what's in evidence that states Exhibit 54A through CCC. Is that a photograph of the master bedroom?
Yes, it is. It's right next to my chest of drawers.
All right. That safe, you said has a key or a lock?
It has a combination lock, and you can open it with a key. I usually use the key because I can never remember the combination.
All right. Is the combination anywhere? Like, do you
No,
store it
it's not
somewhere?
written down anywhere. That's why I always forget it.
All right. And the key, where do you keep the key?
The key.
Yeah, I mean, folks, people composed the weirdest things. This is not out of the ordinary. For you who don't know, I have a farm. It is roughly 46 American acres. We do use compost out here now. At times, and it's things from maybe not cardboard, but I mean coffee, not coffee like that, but coffee beans grained. It is most of the things that everything organic goes into compost. If we trim the hedge compost. But I mean, I've heard of this. I mean, with cardboard. I've heard of it. I also heard about gunpowder in compost. So nothing here is weird. Eggshells. I bury eggshells under my... When I have potatoes in my private garden, I start with an eggshell under the potato. So nothing here is actually weird.
He's kept on my dresser in like an oval trinket box where I have like loose change, pens, old gift cards, like random things.
Does anyone know where you keep the key for your safe?
No.
Showing 54D. Is that the inside of your safe?
Yes, it is.
And how did the police get inside the safe?
I gave them the key.
Ta-da!
Is this also the inside of the safe?
Yes, it is.
Are these rifles equipped?
That's without the, I don't think my ARs are in that picture.
Showing 54G.
Okay, yeah, I see them.
Now, are these rifles equipped with brass catchers?
The ARs are. The brass catchers go on the ARs.
All right. And who purchased the brass catchers?
I did.
For what purpose?
For picking up, well, preventing me from having to police brass when I go to the range.
When you say police brass, what do you mean by that?
Well, when you go firing at a range, you're supposed to basically pick up all the brass that you've used in your lane and either take it with you or recycle it. And after all my years on firing ranges in the Marine Corps, you're picking up hundreds and hundreds of pieces of brass. It's just, when I found out about the brass catchers, I was like, oh, that's heavy.
Okay. Now, did Sean Gathright own any firearms that you know of?
No,
Did you ever let him borrow any of your firearms?
no.
Had you ever taken him to the gun range?
Yes, he's been to the range with me once.
The one time that he went to the gun range with you, do you know what he fired?
We took the shotgun and we took the 45. I don't believe we took the ARs because it wasn't like a long distance range. So we mostly picked the short range weapons.
Okay. And what do you call short range weapons?
The handguns, the 9mm and the 45.
Showing 54VV, is that also the safe?
Yes, that's also the safe.
And showing 54WW, is that inside of the safe?
Yes, that's also inside of the safe.
And
Sorry.
is that ammunition that we see there?
No, those are empty magazines right there.
Oh, are they? They're empty.
Yes, those are empty right there. The ones on the right, I can't tell the ones on the left because they're not turned around where you could see where you put the rounds in, but the ones on the right that are stacked horizontally and then the two right there in the middle, those are empty.
Okay. Do you know Alicia Andrews?
No,
Do you know if Alicia Andrews has ever been to your home?
I don't, not that I recall, no.
So you're not aware whether Sean Gathright and Alicia Andrews are friends?
I didn't think so because my son is friends with a small group of people and they're the ones that are at the house. I don't believe I've seen her at my house before.
All right. And when your son was arrested, he was how old?
He was 18.
Oh, really?
Do you know of Sean Gathright to be in a gang?
No,
Do you know of him to hang
Really?
out with any gang members?
no,
And do you know who
Really?
Isaiah Chance is?
yes,
All right. Does Isaiah Chance ever come by the house?
yes,
When he came by the house, will you ever bring a girl with him?
no,
Did Isaiah Chance ever date your daughter?
yes.
And you never met Alicia Andrews through Isaiah Chance even?
I really can't recall specifically meeting her. I believe she may have come over when I had like a barbecue or something,
Okay.
but I'm not really, it doesn't stand out in my,
I assume that the wild things happens during cross-examination.
in my memory having met her.
Okay. Do you know of Isaiah Chance as the name Gutta?
No,
You never heard that before?
no.
Do Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright call each other little or bigger bro?
Yes.
All right. Who is the bigger bro in the two?
Zay is the bigger bro, Sean's the little bro.
The cars that you had at the home. Could you describe what cars you had?
At that time, I had a 2018 Lincoln MKZ, I had a Nissan Altima, the Chevy Impala, and a Toyota 4Runner.
The 4Runner, was it always at your home?
The 4Runner goes back and forth. I've had it since 2004, and I usually let my mom goes back and forth between New York and Florida, so she'll spend maybe 6 weeks to 2 months in each place. So when she's down here in Florida, that's a vehicle I usually let her use because that's the one that she's most used to. When I was overseas, stationed overseas for 3 years, that's a vehicle that I left for her to use, so that's what she's comfortable with.
All right. For any reason, would you lie for Alicia Andrews?
No,
Do you know who she is?
no,
Do you have any sort of allegiance to her?
no.
All right. No further questions.
Okay, Cross. Here's your Yes, I'm sorry, we do need to put the witness's name on the record, including spelling.
Yeah. There might be.
Ma'am, how long have you lived in the residence that you were in now?
10 years.
Did you always keep a gun safe just like that with your firearms in it?
We bought the gun safe in, I want to say 2017 or 2018.
You brought this gun safe in 2017 or 2018?
Yes,
And you have a problem remembering the code to that gun safe?
yes, because I can change it at any time. My ex-husband, when he was there, he used the code, but I can never remember the code. I don't like to keep the same code all the time. I change my front door code regularly. I can remember that because I come in and out every day.
Before you came to court here today, ma'am, to testify, did you have an opportunity to watch the trial and watch the other witnesses testify against the court's order?
No.
You did not watch this trial.
You said today?
Before you came here to testify today, had you watched the testimony of the other witnesses in this trial?
I had watched the testimony in the days prior to being told I could not or should not watch.
All week last
Trial.
week? So all week last week?
Yes.
What about this week at all?
Earlier this week. Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to report what you were watching and seeing and the updates from the trial to your son?
Yes.
And that's Sean Gathright?
Yes.
And that's the individual you said has a small group of friends?
Yes.
You said he doesn't really get into anything?
Yes.
Doesn't get involved in anything?
Yes.
He previously lived where?
He stayed in California for about a year with his dad.
Did he live anywhere else?
He lived with his dad.
You don't know where that was?
His dad lived in California.
He never lived in Mississippi?
His grandmother lives there.
Okay. And that's the same grandmother that we...
No, that's not my mom. That's his dad's mom.
So you don't know that if he lived in Mississippi?
I know they vacationed in Mississippi.
Okay.
I don't know for how long. It was when he was staying with his dad.
Your mom is the individual we've heard from, Lorna Allen, is that right?
That is correct.
And you watched her testimony?
No, I
Correct?
didn't.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
So you
I was
just...
too anxious.
Okay, so you just picked everyone else's to watch and not hers because you were anxious for her.
Yes, because
You didn't watch it after?
I watched the recap after.
Okay.
But I
And
didn't watch her entire testimony, no.
everyone else, though, you feel like you watched their entire testimony?
Not really, because it can get long. I mean, it's like, one's like 8 hours.
You were relaying back literal names of witnesses, though, to your son, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you said on direct examination that you do not know Alicia Andrews.
correct.
Do you admit that you've communicated with Alicia Andrews since her arrest?
Yes, I did.
Several times.
Yes,
And you coordinated for Alicia Andrews to make contact with co-defendant Isaiah Chance on a telephone call.
I don't believe I did, no.
Who is Ariel Chance?
I don't know.
You wouldn't have written a message to Miss Andrews telling her to call Ariel at the time that they've agreed to so she could talk to her boyfriend or co-defendant, Isaiah Chance.
I know I sent her a message telling her that I supported her and I was praying for her because during the hearings, I didn't see, maybe her parents weren't able to make it, and I felt sorry for her. She was facing, life in prison. So I sent her a supportive message. I know I definitely sent that.
Okay,
But
so
as
you
far
know-
as other specifics, no, I can't recall.
Okay. All right. So you think she's facing a lot of time, and I've seen her parents, but you haven't.
Well, I'm talking about the previous hearings, the court hearings.
okay. So you're
And
just
the
being
status
supportive.
reports and stuff.
You're just being supportive.
Yeah.
And you testified that your son doesn't have any access to the safe. Nobody in your house has access, not your daughter, not your son.
Correct.
And you testified that your son is not in a gang, and you don't know anything about his wrongdoings as far as a gang is concerned.
Well, according to Florida statute, I'm a gang associate.
Why is that?
According to the
Is it because
statute.
you're testifying?
Because according
Wait,
to the
wait,
statute.
Wait, stop. One at a time.
According to the Florida
We
gang
don't need you to
statute.
tell us what the statute says. I didn't ask you what the statute says. I
Well,
just want you
you
to
asked
answer
me
the
why.
questions if you could, please, okay? I just said, did you testify in direct examination that you don't know anything about your son being involved in a gang?
That's correct.
And he doesn't have any access to your firearms because you're in the military and you understand the need that he not have
I'm
access?
retired military, but yes.
If I can just finish the question, just because the court reporter is writing down what we're saying and she can't write it down if we talk over each other, okay?
Go ahead.
Are you employed now?
I was employed prior to this incident.
Okay, but not at the current,
Not at
this
the
current
current
time. And you testified that he doesn't have access to the safe that you've had for 10
That's
years or whatever.
correct.
Okay, all right. Did you speak to your son about what your testimony would be if you came to court to testify on behalf of Miss Andrews?
No, I don't believe so.
Ma'am, your testimony for certain is that you are the only person, or your ex-husband, both the adults in the house, are the only individuals with access to your guns.
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yep.
I'm showing you what I'm going to mark as states.
As I recall, they could not connect the guns in the safe to this crime. It has what is popularly known as characteristics, which means it can fire the same type of bullets.
Exhibit 115.
No,
May would you
few
please
people
take a
get-
look at these extractions from your son's cell phone?
few people get shot with perjury. I mean, Laura Owens is, but that was insanely bad. And we are going to talk about that on Slightly Buzzed Friday Law Show, which starts roughly 5 p.m. if they are done here. And you're going to be redirected to that show when we're done here. And then you will know what it takes to get shot with perjury.
Is it the same thing?
No, ma'am.
821, 528. Okay.
Should I defense counsel the same? Your Honor, at this time, the state would actually seek to admit state's amended exhibits, 115, 116, and 117.
Any objection? Okay, admitted.
Ma'am, you would agree that 2023 is within the last 10 years, isn't that correct?
Yes. Would you like to know what safe that's
Ma'am,
referencing?
may I
Listen,
please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You just need to wait and answer the question that's asked, okay?
Okay.
Ma'am, in 2023, did the device identified as belonging to Sean Gathright send you a message, so from, that indicated, hey, I'm on the way, OTW, to the spot. There was only $120 cash in the safe store pocket, so I grabbed that. Did he send you this message?
I can't recall the specifics, but yes, I guess it would.
115, on August 21st of 2023, did your device from an individual named Mom send your son a message that said, what's the code to the safe? Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And in 2016, or in states 116, 2023, did you send your son a message indicating, hey, Shawnee, at 8:14 p.m.?
Okay.
Did you send the message to your son that says, hey, Shawnee, at 8:14
It
p.m.?
is possible. Yes.
Did you also send, I'm back at home for a few minutes?
Yes.
Does he tell you that he's on his way over?
Yes.
Do you then ask him, what is the code to the safe?
Yes.
Does he respond to you with a code?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Do you
Oh,
respond
boy.
to him, I'm about to leave, I'll get off from you later?
Yes.
And again, never mind, just hold on to it for now, at about 8:43.
Yes.
Does he say, do you want me to put it back in the box, question mark, to you?
Yes.
And do you respond, no, just hold on to it, but be safe?
Yes.
Ma'am, do you know your son to actually have been in possession of any firearm outside of when you have indicated you took him to utilize those firearms
No.
at the firing range?
No.
Oh,
Do you
boy.
recognize what was previously admitted as a photograph that was sent to one of the co-defendant's devices or on one of the co-defendant's devices, any of the firearms depicted in this photo?
They're AR. Okay.
Do you recognize them?
They're ARs.
Do you recognize the specific firearms?
I can't recognize the specific firearms in the picture.
Do you recognize that
pictures.
shoe as one that your son wears?
I don't know if that's a. I can't tell. It's a
If
picture
if
of a
you don't know,
firearm
that's
on the
okay.
floor.
If you don't know, that's okay.
Yeah, I really can't tell you. Oh, snaps.
Are you familiar with what a Glock switch is?
Yes.
Do you possess a federal stamp required by law for which to possess a Glock switch?
No.
Do you have a Glock switch in your possession?
No.
Do you own a Glock switch to use with your guns?
No.
Can you please, for the jury to see, put your hands up so that they can see the front and the backs of your hands, ma'am? Please take a look at the photographs that I'm handing to you.
Okay. I don't know who this is.
Yeah, this is not
Okay.
Do you recognize any of those photographs?
defense. Word of advice here. You might not have that. You shouldn't have called this woman.
No, not really.
Do you
Just
recognize?
pictures of. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do you recognize any of the guns depicted in those photographs?
No, because I don't see anything in reference to them that I would know.
Well, do you recognize any of them as being your guns or similar to your guns?
Similar to mine. Yes.
When you went to the gun range the one time, you indicated you brought 2 long guns to shoot.
No, well, yeah, the shotgun and I think one of the ARs and then the handguns.
Did you bring any handguns with a Glock switch?
To the range? No, I don't believe so.
Do you own any handguns with a Glock switch, ma'am?
No.
Okay. The judge is still reading the jury instructions.
Please remove that, whatever it is. The person needs to be removed from the courtroom. I understand, but please just no. she
Yeah,
never-
you can take it out.
Okay, yes, thank you. Just remove it, thank you.
I turn that off.
Okay. Yeah, they started the closing argument, so I'm switching over.
Photograph extraction from the device.
Sidebar. Sidebar. Number 29. All right. Come on. Come on.
Your son with firearms as well, right?
Correct.
Wait. Sorry. This one.
Rapper,
All right. Closing argument.
members of the jury, Charles Jones was a prominent drill rapper out of Jacksonville, Florida. He was known as Julio Foolio, Six, the Big Rapper. He had drill raps on Instagram, on YouTube. He had millions of hits and followers. He was well known in Jacksonville. They hunted him, they stalked him, they found him, they targeted him, and they gunned him down. That is the only reason all 5 of those individuals were here in Tampa, Florida on June 22nd, and then the early morning hours of June 23rd of 2024. The defendant, Alicia Andrews, seated over there, along with her fellow co-defendants, her fellow co-conspirators, Rashad Murphy, Davian Murphy, Sean Gathright, and her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. That is the only reason they came down to Tampa, was for that one specific purpose, to hunt and gun down Charles Jones. This was a rival gang war that has been going on in Jacksonville for years and years. You have seen those drill rap videos. You have seen the type of videos that they are. And Charles Jones came down to Tampa to celebrate his birthday with friends. Charles Jones had posted online drill rap videos disrespecting the other side, disrespecting ATK, disrespecting members of 1200. And the other side did the same thing. You saw those videos from Young and Ace, and the ones produced from ATK, and the ones produced by 1200. Both sides made fun of other members that have been gunned down in this horrific gang war that has been going on in Jacksonville for years. And one of the songs that Charles Jones made was When I See You, specifically making fun of the town center shooting where Young and Ace was shot and his little brother killed, and 2 other members of their group were killed, including someone who went by the name of 23, who was close to Isaiah Chance, the defendant's boyfriend of over 3 years. They had had intimate conversations about this rival gang war that had occurred.
Overruled.
They had had, the evidence shows, her messaging on her phone shows that she had had conversations with Charles Jones where she had been told by him about these deaths. They discussed the town center and how he could not go there anymore because what had happened at the town center. That is where 23 was killed. That is where Young and Ace was shot multiple times. There had been conversations on October 8th between her and her boyfriend, Charles Jones. You know what happened on October 7th. Charles Jones was shot. There was an attempt on his life in Jacksonville. And you have seen ballistic evidence in this case that ties the people in this murder and this conspiracy directly to the attempt on his life in October of 2023. Sean Gathright, who is the arms person, who is the arms supply person, who supplies the weapons, who has the weapons and takes them away and transports them in the Chevy Impala and then transports them in the Toyota 4Runner and then eventually to his house. When he gets stopped in that Toyota 4Runner, there are rifle shell casings that are tested and compared to the shell casings that are collected from the October 2023 attempted murder, aggravated battery of Charles Jones that happens in Jacksonville, Florida. And it is the same gun that fires those shell casings, the ones that are found in Sean Gathright's vehicle and the ones that are found at the attempted murder scene of Charles Jones in October and 2023. They tried to kill him before and were not successful. And you
Miss, guns, if they can connect the guns somewhat to the 2023, which has absolutely nothing to do with Alicia.
heard that Charles Jones got on the internet and posted a video on the internet and taunted them after it happened, saying that they didn't get him. They planned to murder him, and this time they were not going to miss. This is a well-orchestrated, planned, first-degree, premeditated murder. State's Exhibit 22. This is at the Home to Suites, and we put many clips together, but this is Charles Jones, and this is his black Dodge Charger parked in front of the Home to Suites, and his girlfriend is behind him in her car. And you can clearly see that he is seated in the front passenger seat of that Dodge Charger.
Oh, great. We get to see this
In the
again.
second
for
clip, you're going to
umpteenth
see
time.
at this location, this is the first time that black Chevy Impala carrying 3 armed and covered gunmen pull into that parking lot, and they don't go in front of where Charles Jones' vehicle is. You see them turn to the right. They are avoiding the line of sight of Charles Jones. They want to make sure that they get him. They never pull into the line of sight of Charles Jones and his party. Charles Jones now is laying in that front passenger seat with his feet up. The next clip that you see in State's Exhibit 22 is of the car pulling up of his friend. That's Typhon McCrae, and in his vehicle is Camilla Bentley and Aaliyah Albritton. They pull up next. That's the next thing that happens in the sequence of events. The black Chevy Impala has already pulled in. It is now circling the parking lot so it can stay out of view. The next clip you're going to see is Typhon McCrae and his girlfriend, Aaliyah Albritton, get out and go to the bathroom. Camilla Bentley gets into the front passenger seat. The next sequence is the silver Chevy Cruze. We all know who is in the silver Chevy Cruze. It is the defendant along with her good boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. They circle, they don't go to the right, they directly go by the cars of the victim and the victim's party. These are cars that they are at this point because they have seen these cars at 2 other locations. They saw it first at Teasers and they saw it at Truth 18. It is not a coincidence that the silver Chevy Cruze followed them to this location and then pulls off into another parking lot while it waits for that black Chevy Impala with the 3 armed and masked gunmen to get there. They are waiting for the gunmen to get there. And when the black Chevy Impala gets there, they come and they directly look for the victim and the victim's vehicles. Again, State's Exhibit 22, you're going to see that silver Chevy Impala with the defendant and her boyfriend circle around, and they are going to the exact area where the black Chevy Impala is. The second clip, after they have gone to where that black Chevy Impala is and the black Chevy Impala has parked, they then are now leaving, and they again are going for a direct line of sight where the victim and his friends are parked and sitting in their cars. State's Exhibit 22, you're going to see at this very moment, they can see where the victim is. That silver Chevy Cruze is passing where the victim is seated in that passenger seat. They are the eyes. They are the surveillance tracking team of this mission. And make no mistake, this is a mission. The assault hit team is the black Chevy Impala with 3 armed and masked men. 2 of the men are having assault rifles. Their faces are covered. One of them has all black. The other has a white ski mask. And then the third shooter has a Glock with a switch that makes it a fully automatic gun and a weapon. You're going to see in this next clip that the first person to fire is the person with the firearm. And it's very clear what person they are shooting at, what person they are targeting. They are targeting the victim, who is the passenger in the black Chevy Impala. They don't care about any of those other cars that flee and crash. In this next clip, you're going to see that they are specifically targeting the victim. They follow his car. They continue to fire upon his car. That is the only car that they are interested in, because the person who has taunted them, the person who they unsuccessfully tried to kill months ago, survived. And now they are going to ensure that he dies. State's Exhibit 22. They are heavily armed. They are prepared. They are masked. They brought artillery with them. They are ready to kill Charles Jones. They didn't just kill Charles Jones. When they came to Tampa and they shot up that parking lot, there were many victims. There were 2 people that were in that car with Charles Jones. Xavier Edwards was shot. You see his injuries in this photograph. Gino Norris was shot, not in a gang. Law enforcement very clear on that. Another victim in this crime. Camilla Bentley, also shot, not in a gang. They didn't care who they hurt. They just wanted to kill Charles Jones. They weren't the only victims in this case. They shot up a public parking lot in a hotel that had guests, that had families, that had people that were dropping off their children at University of South Florida, that is just across the street from Fowler Avenue, the other road that intersects McKinley where those hotels are. They shot up hotel rooms that had families in it, husband and wives and children. They didn't care who they hurt. Their focus was on Charles Jones, and they wanted to make sure that they killed him. In order to prove murder in the first degree, the judge just read to you what those instructions are. This is what the state has to prove, that Charles Jones is dead. That element, we only have to prove 3 elements beyond and to the exclusion of reasonable doubt. Charles Jones is dead. That has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The death was caused by the criminal act of Alicia Andrews. That has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. There is a mountain of evidence, and we're going to talk about the principal instruction, because she is a principal to this crime, and you treat her as if she had done everything her fellow co-defendants did. You put her in exactly the same shoes. She is criminally responsible for everything that her fellow co-defendants did in this particular case, and that there was a premeditated killing of Charles Jones. An act includes a series or related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is a killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. Premeditation can happen in seconds. There is no fixed time. There just has to be a conscious reflection by the defendant, where they reflect upon it and form that premeditated intent to kill. We are well beyond that in this case. This is a planned first-degree murder. Before they even got into that black Chevy Impala, they had planned to do this. They had got weapons together. They knew what sort of equipment they wanted. Not only did they have the type of weapons that fire rapidly, they intended to get away with this murder. They got brass catchers. They put those on the AR rifles, and none of the brass, none of the spent shell casings were left behind because they were collected. That is sophistication. That are people that planned to commit this crime and planned to get away with it. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you as jurors. From the evidence, it will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. The proof in this case is overwhelming, and you can see it yourself. Those videos are evidence. It is direct evidence. It is captured on video for all of you to see it. You saw what happened. You saw that they tracked and they stalked and they hunted that victim down in Florida, here in Tampa. He posted where he was going to be on his Instagram. She follows his Instagram. She doesn't like him. It's clear from her messages that she does not like Charles Jones. Why in the world would she need to follow him? She follows his Instagram. And on Instagram, well before he came to Florida, over 7 days before he came, he is posting that he is going to be at Teasers on June 22nd between 8 and 3 a.m. He also posts that he is going to be at Teasers on June 22nd. He is posting exactly where he is going to be. That is the reason why they are coming to Tampa on June 22nd of 2024. That is the only reason that they are coming to Tampa. She books that Airbnb. She does it on June 21st of 2024. She is trying to book the Airbnb. She's not the actual one that books it because the co-defendant, Rashad Murphy, ends up doing it. This falls through. But it is clear that she is in the loop. It is clear that she is participating. She is the first one that tries to book the Airbnb in Tampa. It's very clear. This happens on June 21st of 2024. We had Detective Ramos say to you exactly where she was when she did that. The judge read to you the date of the crime, and for count 2, for the conspiracy count, the dates that we have to prove are between June 21st and June 23rd of 2024. And there are several locations that are involved in the conspiracy, but the first one is where she is located when she sends this. And she is not with the defendant, Isaiah Chance. Isaiah Chance is miles away on his own device, nowhere near her, when she herself is trying to book all of them an Airbnb. And there is a reason why they have her booking the Airbnb. There is a reason why, when she doesn't get the Airbnb, that Rashad Murphy uses the shared phone that he does of his girlfriend, Charmaine Steiger. Because when Julio Foolio, when Charles Jones gets killed, Who do you think the primary suspects are going to be? It is going to be the high-profile rival gangs that are feuding with him online. So Isaiah Chance can't book the Airbnb with his phone. So Rashad Murphy doesn't use a phone. He's known as Ghost. He uses the shared phone of Charmaine Steiger because they know when law enforcement officers come looking and they know who's certified in a gang, that the first thing that they are going to look for is the usual suspects in this rival gang war. So Charles Jones isn't going to use his own phone. He's going to use the cover of his girlfriend. Just like Rashad Murphy isn't going to use his own phone, he's going to use Charmaine Steiger's phone. This is what they do because they want to ensure after this happens that they don't get caught.
Doesn't that speak towards that's what Chance did with Alicia's phone? Using the phones of people who had nothing to do with it in order to get away with it. Right?
Also get rid of all of their phones because they don't want any sort of evidence to be linked and tracked back to them.
Yeah, and the easiest way is to use things by people who aren't involved. This is not a good argument.
Book an Airbnb. She wants more than one bedroom, like two. And that doesn't fall through, or that falls through. And so Rashad Murphy on his phone, this is the phone that is confiscated in Rashad Murphy's possession when he flees from law enforcement in that silver Chevy Cruze, when he is found later by the Gwinnett County Police Department when they have put out an alert for that vehicle. And so he is the one on his phone, the extraction from his phone, there is the actual booking of the Airbnb that they end up using. And it is no mistake, it is no coincidence that this Airbnb on Gazebo Pond Lane is within miles, just a couple of miles of where Charles Jones, the victim in this case, is shot and killed. It is in no coincidence that that Airbnb is only within a couple miles of the two very clubs that he is going to be performing at or going to be at in Tampa, at Teasers and at Truth 18. And so the other location for count 2 of the indictment that we have to prove is that it was within a 10-mile radius of both Truth 18 and of Teasers, and those addresses are both in here listed as well. 4819 East Bush Boulevard, as well as 9700 North Nebraska area. I'm sorry, North Nebraska Avenue. Both of those locations are within Hillsborough County. The other address as part of this conspiracy is the Airbnb itself, that they were within a 3-mile radius of 3703 Gazebo Pond Lane, Tampa, Florida, County of Hillsborough. And the last and final address of that conspiracy is 11606 McKinley Drive, which is the address of the Home to Suites, as well as the address of Rashad Murphy, that phone when this Airbnb is booked. And that is another Jacksonville address that you will see on this date of the crime, where it says, sorry, I'm going to go to the address, 301 Caravan Circle, Jacksonville County, also state of Florida. And the final one is the house of Sean Gathright, 13751 Victoria Lakes Drive, Circle, Jacksonville County, also, I'm sorry, Jacksonville, Florida, also County of Duval. Those are all the addresses of where acts that occurred in this conspiracy. And that is what we have to prove, and that is what we have proven. That is why Detective Ramos testified to exactly where this device was when they sent out this request to book.
Now, this is not something the jury might know. But Celebrite things are almost exclusively testified to by Celebrite experts. And they chose the lead detective. For me, that's not good.
The Airbnb and had it confirmed. And he had to send his driver's license to, in order to secure and book that Airbnb.
Hi, Laurie.
You have seen the search warrant that was executed on Sean Gathwright's house afterwards. And these firearms, there were 2 assault rifles that were taken. And they were collected and they were sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for testing. You saw the brass catchers, evidence in this case. All of this leads back to this first-degree premeditated murder and conspiracy to kill Charles Jones. What you saw in the video, the type of firearms that were used in this case, 2 of the shooters had assault rifles that had brass catchers on it. And they lead directly back to Sean Gathwright. His path was followed. We know where he went in the black Chevy Impala after leaving that Airbnb. There is video evidence of all 4 defendants, Davion Murphy, Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathwright, and Alicia Andrews all were at that Tampa Airbnb. The only one who wasn't was Rashad Murphy. But because he took an Uber, we know he was at that Tampa Airbnb as well, because we see the Uber dropping them all off at Sean Gathwright's house. And you heard the testimony from the Uber driver, and he testified that the 3 people that he picked up at that Airbnb are the exact same 3 people that he dropped off. And then after we see Sean Gathwright leave, he's the one that takes the Chevy Impala to his grandmother's house in Auburndale. And then he switches vehicles because, again, he does not want to be caught driving the vehicle that contains the 3 shooters who gunned down Charles Jones in Jacksonville, Florida. So he switches vehicles. He leaves that vehicle at grandma's house. And what does he do? He wipes down the entire car. He is getting rid of fingerprints. He wants to make it look like none of his friends were in that vehicle. They are very smart. They are very sophisticated.
And got caught on
Those
every
2
surveillance
shell
camera
casings,
known to
They are
man.
not from rifles. They were not fired by the guns that had those brass catchers on it. What those are 9mm shell casings. The only brass, the only casings that were left here at this homicide was 9mm. That firearm that had the switch that made it fully automatic, the one that you saw in State's Exhibit 22, the first gunman to fire directly at the windshield of the victim's vehicle, was a firearm. It was a 9mm, and it unloaded 31 shell casings onto the ground at that homicide scene where Charles Jones was murdered. And all of those shell casings were recovered. And you heard how 30 of them, they tried to get DNA off of them, were packaged specially and sent off to ATF. One of them was kept for Tampa Police Department to submit for analysis and comparison. And they did. They compared it to these 2 spent shell casings in the safe of Sean Gathwright's house. And they
I have the same feeling here as I did in the direct examination of Alicia Andrews. I hear the words. I don't hear any feels.
are a ballistic match. You heard from Amara Drew. She testified that she compared both of those shell casings to the one that was found at the murder scene and retained by Tampa Police Department for testing. And the same firearm that fired those 2 shell casings that were ejected out of the 9mm are a match and ballistically identified to the same gun that was shot that you saw on that video, State's
I'm not sure that was the actual testimony.
Exhibit 22, firing into the windshield of Charles Jones's car. You also heard about the spent shell casings that were recovered from Jacksonville, from the Toyota 4Runner of Sean Gathright. Remember all of those shell casings that were collected. States Exhibit 50 and States Exhibit 49A through I. Both of those shell casings were collected and submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Some were from the Toyota 4Runner in that box. Do you remember the photograph of the box? And then they went and they retained from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office the shell casings that were recovered from the October 7th, 2023 attempted murder of Charles Jones. And they compared those shell casings. And those shell casings, again, analyzed by Amar Drew, and they were matched, ballistically matched to the same firearm. They both were shot by the same assault rifle. The other part of the ballistic evidence that you heard about were the fragments that were recovered from the medical examiner's office. And they were sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to be compared against the 2 rifles, the 2 assault rifles that were collected in this case from that safe in Sean Gathwright's house. And what Amar Drew could tell you is from that fragment that one of them was found that it did not shoot that projectile. So one of them did. The other one was inconclusive, and that meant there wasn't enough detail on that projectile, that fragment that was found in the victim's body to say that it was or to say that it wasn't. So those 2 assault rifles absolutely can be the assault rifles that were used in this case. They match the appearance. They have the brass catchers on them that we saw was used in this crime. And because we don't have any spent casings, which again is part of their plan to make it difficult to link the firearms to this case, we cannot compare brass casings because there were none left at the scene. But there is definitely evidence in that scene in Sean Gathwright's house that are connected, and those are those 9mm that were found in that safe along with those 2 AR rifles. That is why you heard from Amar Drew, and that is why all of that evidence was brought down from Jacksonville, because it ties these defendants to the homicide here in Tampa and the attempted homicide of the victim in 2023. These were all of the type of ammunition that was consistent and capable of being fired in those assault rifles, also found in Sean Gathwright's home. And when we talk about planning and conspiracy, what we're talking about, we have the video evidence to prove and show all of it, just how well coordinated. Not only was it planned ahead of time, not only did they talk about it ahead of time, there was coordination each and every time. This was a mission to kill Charles Jones, and there was an assault hit team, and there was a surveillance team that the defendant was a part of. And again, when we talk about using her for cover. She was a part of it. She was an active participant. She's not just sitting in the car. She has a role to play. Her play is that she is going to give Isaiah Chance cover. They know who Isaiah Chance is. You heard from Robert Howard there. If he would have saw or recognized Isaiah Chance alone in the parking lot in Tampa in the same vicinity of his friend Charles Jones, they absolutely would have known that they were in danger. He wants to blend. That's what she is. She's covered. That's what they do. They use their girlfriends, and she is an active, willing participant, and she has protected him in that interview with law enforcement and on that stand today, and she continues to protect him. And the judge will read to you an instruction, and she will let you know that once the defendant takes the stand, you treat her like any other witness in this case, and you determine whether or not she is credible. You determine whether or not she is lying on that stand when she tells you that she had no idea of what was going on. Common sense does not leave this courtroom. There is no way that a plan this well executed, this well planned, that those killers would have brought in someone who had no idea of what.
You just said like 15 minutes ago about the other co-defendants. Oh, they were smart. They used their girlfriends' phones, who were oblivious to this. Yeah. So why didn't? Yeah, Chance did it.
Was going on. She is a
And where's the
trusted
passion?
confidant of her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. You heard those messages. You know not only is she a trusted confidant and that she knows all of the details of the gang war, that she has been personally affected by this. And there is no love lost for Julio Foolio. Her boyfriend
speeding
that
up.
she loves and that she is willing to lie for and ignore what her attorneys are telling her to do and still call him and talk to him 5 times a day.
Seriously. The entire trial, the prosecution has been passionate. They have argued. They have been somewhat loud. And here she is, like, I don't know, a disinterested English teacher or a disinterested history teacher. Jesus, come on, lady.
Sometimes more about this case, it is because she is still in a relationship. She is doing that knowing that every single one of those jail phone calls are recorded. That is how much she loves him. That is how much she is willing to protect him. You see this chart. They went and they stalked that victim at more than one location. And you heard from Detective Ramos, and you heard from their own experts, Thomas Pullen, that all of the phones belonging to Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright, that they were tracked, I'm sorry, not Isaiah Chance, Davian Murphy and Sean Gathright, that they were tracked to teasers earlier that day, before the victim was there, that they were going up and down Hillsborough. You know what that is? They're casing it. They want to know where is a good opportunity to shoot and kill the victim. That is why they are there before. The phone evidence in this case is overwhelming. That with the video evidence, you got to see with your own eyes exactly what happened in this case. And at this first location off of North Nebraska, you can see exactly by this diagram where everyone went. Those 4 cars represent the victim's vehicles, and the blue represents Isaiah Chance and the defendant, and they are the surveillance stalking team. The black Chevy Impala, it never gets to the scene first in any 3 of those locations. Teasers, Truth 18, and Home to Sweets. And they only ever go in the parking lot. This isn't a reconciliation. This isn't a romantic getaway. This isn't a time for the two of them to get back together. There is one purpose, and that is to find Charles Jones. They never go inside. They never talk to a bouncer. Their one job is to see when Charles Jones gets there. They walk in the parking lot. This is June in Florida, in Tampa, Florida. It is hot out. Isaiah Chance, who cares about his appearance, who wants to know what his outfit looks like, who gets into a war of words with Charles Jones online because he's accused of wearing fake designer clothes, is not going clubbing in a gray hoodie with the hoodie pulled up and a COVID mask on his face. And neither is the defendant. She's not going in some kind of track pants and a blue jean jacket clubbing in Tampa if that is their true purpose. They are wearing COVID masks so that their faces are covered, and they are appearing as a couple so that Charles Jones and his friends don't have any sort of alert or warning that the other gang is here. And the people...
Wouldn't you be a bit alerted if among all the party goers in Tampa, all of a sudden people with masks on show up? Wouldn't that be somewhat suspicious?
The black Chevy Impala never get out because they absolutely know who Rashad and Davian Murphy are. They never get out until they are ready and they know that Charles Jones are in their sights. And it is only after the silver Chevy Cruze gets there and park. And that club is packed. They have to leave. They have to circle around the parking lot because that parking lot is packed. It doesn't matter that her boyfriend doesn't like a packed club. If that were the case, they would have never even pulled in. They are there for one purpose, and that is to get eyes on the victim. And the video shows
at
there is no
1.25
doubt
speed,
that is what happens.
it almost sounds
She
like
is
she's
walking
interested.
less than a foot away from him at all times when he is talking on their phone. It goes beyond belief that she didn't hear every single word that he said. And she is not shocked. She is not trying to walk away from him. And she certainly is not surprised because she knew it. All of the conversations about the conspiracy, they happened well before the date that we charged for that conspiracy. And you know it did. You know with your common sense that this was talked about at many locations, at many times, and many different places that we have never alleged and we will never be able to bring to you. Because
Overruled, go ahead.
the defendant will never admit.
You can't refer to something that's not that hasn't the unknown evidence. You can't refer to that. This is bad ruling, Your Honor.
What she did. She won't admit it to Detective Ramos and the detectives of the Tampa Police Department, and she's certainly not going
She
to admit
didn't
it
confess.
to you,
She must be
because
guilty.
that would mean that she is confessing
I'll
to
go get my
conspire
coffee.
in a first-degree premeditated murder. But you know that those conversations happened because of what you saw on the video. She is not surprised. She is playing her role. She is playing her part. You saw those messages between her phone and Sean Gathright. Pick up the effing phone now. Pick up the effing phone now. They are desperate for communication. To suggest to you that there wasn't an actual phone call that occurred after that second text message is preposterous. And she is seated next to him in that silver Chevy Cruze. And to suggest to all of you that you don't know exactly the type of conversation that happened in that car that she absolutely heard and knew about because she is a part of it. Your common sense tells you that this was well planned, well executed, and they would not have brought along a girlfriend unless she served a purpose. And she did. She was their cover. And you know from the stand, she admitted what had happened on October 8th, that phone call. She had to admit it. She didn't want to admit it, just like when law enforcement officers were questioning her. When I was questioning her, she in her memory, she knows the conversations she's had with with Isaiah Chance. She knows their conversations. She knows what happened when his best friend, one of his good friends, was shot and killed on October 6th and 7th of 2023, and how upset he was. There are messages between the two of them where he is telling her how out of his mind he is with grief. And you heard her say, yeah, I had to stay away. I had to stay away. And then he's telling her to be
No.
loyal, to stay loyal. And then she is responding, don't worry, I'm straight. I will delete those messages.
That's an outright lie.
She is his
No objection. She's referring to the evidence in this trial with something that definitely was not in evidence in this trial. No, this is not good. I hope the defense will point it out, or if the jury is going, what? No, that's not what she said.
intimate confidant. They have talked about this. And what exactly do you think that she needs to delete? What conversation could she possibly have to delete on August 8th of 2023? Charles Jones was shot on October 7th.
Folks, I didn't. I was hoping to get through an entire stream without some cunt doing this. Truth! You fucktard! You cunt! You absolute fucking asshole! You don't get to come to my fucking channel and tell me what to do. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck your family. Go fuck everybody you have ever known in your entire life. Go fuck yourself. And the cunt, the breed of a two-dime whore and a pack of donkeys is gone from the channel.
Of 2023, and her boyfriend and the boyfriend's best friends are now ballistically connected to that attempted murder of Charles Jones. We know exactly what she's deleting. She's got his back. She had his back on October 8th of 2023. She had his back in that interrogation room with law enforcement where they are pressing her. And make no mistake, she knew why they were talking to her. She knew why they were questioning her. It's clear in her messaging to the person that they are making fun of law enforcement for having the wrong phone. She knows law enforcement officers are looking for her. You saw that text exchange. You saw her say, are they still there? It's very clear they're talking about police. And she's like, they still have my phone. It's just for a resisting arrest charge. Oh, too bad. They have the new phone. I don't have they didn't get the old phone, laughing my effing ASS off, right? That's consciousness of guilt evidence. There isn't any reason she needs to be laughing at law enforcement for having the phone, for having her new phone, and not having her old phone, unless the old phone has what? The old phone has evidence on it. And you heard from law enforcement, there's an Apple iCloud that she didn't count on, that they were able to get up a backup of. They're able to get a backup of her phone of every single thing, messages, thousands of messages. But the one message.
What we are talking about, if you wonder, is this little shithead who had came here with tiny wiener energy, insulting me, insulting the chat, and then tried to tell me to shut the fuck up. Yeah. No.
Area that they can't get is the day of the homicide. They are able to get it off Sean Gathrigh's phone. That's why we know that her phone and Sean Gathrigh's phone are communicating desperately when the tracking of the victim is occurring. You have video evidence of Charles Jones being stalked at teasers for silver Chevy Cruze. You have video evidence of after the silver Chevy Cruze, the black Chevy Impala appears. Same exact thing happens at Truth 18, the two places where the victim advertised that he would be on Instagram, and she follows him on Instagram. And again, the same coordination. the surveillance tracking vehicle, the silver Chevy Cruze, with, again, the defendant and Isaiah Chance, her boyfriend, in that car. You know that there are communications that are not accounted for in those call detail records, that there is some other application that they are using for those calls. You heard from Detective Ramos. When that phone is up to Isaiah Chance's ear and he's walking on that phone, there isn't an attempted phone call. There isn't a missed phone call. There is no record of it. Those calls from that time period and those messaging are happening when he is in the car with her. So there is definitely another application that, again, shows sophistication. They do not want to be caught. They do not want to be tracked. They are very careful with what they are doing with their devices. You heard from their own expert that Davion Murphy and Isaiah Chance, they're not using their phones during the time of the homicide. And again, the same stalking that happens. The victim and his entourage get there, they go inside the club, and again, we have the blue being designated by the silver Chevy Cruze and of the defendant and her boyfriend. And this is not a romantic getaway. To suggest is beyond common sense, beyond all reason. They are just walking around the parking lot. They don't make any attempt to go to the door. And the reason why the coordination of the video shows it is because the victim's party has just gone up those stairs and that they are on that second landing getting ready to enter in the club. They don't even go up to the sidewalk. They stay well in that parking lot and they end up walking to the sign. Is a sign a tourist attraction, something of interest that they would need to go to? They are purposely avoiding that door because Isaiah Chance knows Julio Foolio. And there is no reaction by the defendant. There is no surprise. There's no reaction like, why in the world are we walking through the sign and the roadway and not going to the club if they truly are going clubbing? It is because it is a lie. She knows exactly what is going on. You know exactly the type of conversations that are happening inside that black Chevy Impala. The homicide scene. You have seen video of this many times now. I'm not going to show it again. But again, there is that coordination. You saw the USF poll cam. It is their car, the defendant, and Isaiah Chance in that silver Chevy Cruze that is following behind the victim and the two other vehicles with the victim. They don't pull into the home to suites because they're not the gunmen. They don't have any of the shooters in their car. They have to wait. You know that there is, again, communication that has to be happening between those two vehicles. It is no coincidence that at two locations where the victim is, the silver Chevy Cruze appears, and then shortly thereafter, the black Impala appears. And then at the third location, that is not ever advertised, never advertised anywhere. They just go to those hotels to get a room. The only way, the only possible way that Sean Gathright and that black Chevy Impala could possibly know where the victims are, because you know he's tracking them. You saw from his phone, he's trying to get this Kayla Enright or his sister to be able to call somebody who's with Six to find where he is earlier in the night when he's at the Airbnb. They're trying to get an address. There's only two locations they know where Charles Jones is going to be, and that is at Teasers and Truth 18. The only way the shooter, Sean Gathright, and the other two shooters in that black Chevy Impala could possibly know where the victim is because the silver Chevy Cruze, who has been following that car all along from Truth 18 to the home to suites, called them and told them. And as soon as the black Chevy Impala makes that U-turn and goes into that McKinley entrance, the silver Chevy Cruze with the defendant and the victim go right into the entrance and do what they have been doing all night, and that is act as surveillance. They are eyes on the victim. Where is he? And the reason why the gunmen know exactly where the victim is because that silver Chevy Cruze drives right in front of it and know where the victim is at the time of the shooting. Principles. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit or attempt to commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant intended to commit the crime and the defendant did some act or said something that was intended and that did incite cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit or attempt to commit a crime. That is an or there. They only have to do one of those things: incite, cause, encourage, assist. She did more. She assisted. She did more than just assist. She participated. She was part of the tracking team. She tried to get the Airbnb, and she provided that cover for Isaiah Chance so that he could actively stalk the victim all night.
Yeah, but you forgot intent. You forgot the intent part.
Incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit. And then again, if we have proven those two things, you have to treat her as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did. You have to treat her as if she had done all the things that Isaiah Chance did, all the things that Sean Gathright did, all the things that Davian Murphy did, and all the things that Rashad Murphy did. I want to go back to murder really quickly. We have three elements to prove. One thing that we never have to prove, one thing that is not on the murder in the first degree elements, and that is motive. The state never has to prove motive. Motive is something that is in a person's mind. We may never know the reason why things are done, especially when the defendant is not willing to say why they did a thing. So that is something that is not an element of the offense. We never have to prove.
She didn't admit. She has to be guilty.
Motive. But in this case, there is overwhelming evidence of motive. You have heard about this gang war. You have heard how it has affected her, and you have heard how it has affected her boyfriend. And he is a part of it. He is in it. And he is out for revenge. And she is doing everything that she can to assist him in achieving what he wants. And that is for Charles Jones, for Julio Foolio, to be shot and killed. This is the evidence in this case. We had cell phone evidence, we had video evidence, and which quickly led to all of them, led to Jacksonville, that led law enforcement to this gang war, was license plate readers. There is no doubt that that silver Chevy Cruze and that black Chevy Impala were in tandem. Not only are they at all of those locations here in Tampa when they were committing this crime, they drove down together. These are the same points of interest when they are hitting off of the same license plate reader. The defendant, when she is in that interview room with law enforcement, I told you, she never admitted what she did. Just because a defendant doesn't admit what she did doesn't mean we do not prove intent. Doesn't mean that there isn't evidence, that there isn't overwhelming evidence, proof beyond all reasonable doubt of her intent. And that is called consciousness of guilt evidence. Evidence of a defendant who purposely evades prosecution, who purposely lies to law enforcement officers to evade getting caught. That is called consciousness of guilt evidence. There is a reason why a person lies to law enforcement. That is called consciousness of guilt, and that is evidence of her intent. If she truly knew nothing about this incident, if she truly was an innocent bystander, then the truth will set you free. If she would have provided law enforcement officers all of the information. And
what she was read was the Miranda rights. Anything you say can and will be used against you. It is not the truth will set you free. That's not included in there. Also, they told her just before reading the Miranda rights, you can answer if you want, or you can be quiet if you want.
Been honest with them, then that would have shown that she had nothing to hide, that she was not involved in this, and she would have no reason to lie. If she truly didn't know what her boyfriend and their friends were doing, there would be no reason to lie. The interview would look a lot different. It would look like I literally was just there with my boyfriend. This is what his name is. This is who he was with. This is where we came from. Yes, there were 3 other people there. I don't know how they got there.
She was arrested and put for the first time in her life and put in an interrogation room. That is really scary. Did she hide things? Yeah. Was she not truthful on occasions? But the way it's phrased by the prosecution, this is why the first thing you do when you sit down in an interrogation room is, I want a lawyer, not a legal advice.
What else can I tell you? Because you heard law enforcement. They know that she has not been in trouble before, and they are pressing her, and they are trying to impart to her the seriousness of the allegation and the proof against her. They already have the video footage. They already have her phone. They already know her involvement at the Airbnb. But there is lie after lie after lie, just like she did on that stand in this courtroom today. And there is only one reason she needs to lie, and that is because the truth is that she is guilty of first-degree premeditated murder and conspiring with all the defendants in this case to commit first-degree premeditated murder. There is no reason for her to forget how she gets in the door. And the detective may have had it wrong about her being the one to enter the access code, but what he certainly didn't have wrong is the lock code. That door is only unlocked 3 times. One by the person who first gets in and not captured on the video, and that's the one where you just see her walk in, because whoever, whether it was Isaiah Chance or Sean Gathright, very quickly exits or puts in the access code, gets in, and the door automatically locks behind. And she's coming along with her bag, and the door is shut, and nothing happens. That matches up with the lock code. She goes off to the back, and then comes back, and somebody lets her in on the lock code. Then there is a lock code where it is open, as if somebody is checking to make sure the lock is closed, but they don't open the door. No video footage of that. No other video footage from that night of her going to the McDonald's. She leaves to go to the McDonald's. She comes back. She leaves with all of her co-defendants to hunt down Charles Jones, and she comes back. Why in the world does she have to lie to law enforcement that she's using a back door? Because she knows she is protecting Isaiah Chance. She is protecting Rashad Murphy. She is protecting Davian Murphy. She went to Rains High School, and she would have you believe, as to Joe Rod Adams, he was killed. She was talking to her friend, her good friend Jewel Jones, about that homicide, and their good friend Will wasn't killed, but he was shot in that same homicide of Spaz, Joe Rod Adams. And Joe Rod Adams is the little brother of Rashad Murphy and the cousin to Davian Murphy. And she would have you think and believe she has no idea who they are. Do you believe that? That she has no idea and had no conversation with either of them, and they all have the connection of a deceased person by the name of Joe Rod Adams. And in that 3.5 ride back to Tampa in the Uber with Rashad Murphy, she doesn't have one conversation with him. There are connection after connection to this gang war with all 5 of the co-defendants in this case. This Airbnb, she is lying to law enforcement about it because she is a part of it. She is in the loop, and she is covering for all of them. And she knows that she is covering for all of them, and she knows that they purposely knew that there was a video camera on that ring door. And regardless of whether law enforcement got it wrong about the door, they certainly got it right. She's the only one seen on it. Why in the world, if people are there on a just romantic reconciliation to get back together, when you have bags to unload and you are there for lawful purposes on vacation, you would park in the 2 spots designated for the apartment with the easiest way to carry bags in? They're right there. They're open. They're not taken. That is because they don't want to be seen on a ring camera in Tampa, less than 2 miles from the homicide scene, unloading those large, heavy bags that you saw Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright load into that black Impala. They have to make sure nobody is seen on camera, and they go around to the back and go through a backyard, not even a walkway, through some grass to get to a back sliding door because they're all there to commit a crime. Again, she's Hover. She's not involved in the gang. She can be seen on the Ring camera. They can use her phone because that is what the cover story is, right? That is the cover story. That is what she's sticking with. That is what she told law enforcement. That she's just there with her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, and they're just tourists, right? That's what they tell the law enforcement officers in that interview room. We can drive anywhere. Tampa's a tourist city, right? Just a big coincidence. That's the cover story. That is another part of the conspiracy. And there certainly would be no reason to lie to law enforcement about the door at all unless she is in on it, unless she knows. If she doesn't know, then what she would have told the law enforcement officer is, oh, my boyfriend just walked in before me. I was there, but the rest of the night, for some reason, we used the back door, and she would give a reason. There is a reason she doesn't remember. There's nothing wrong with her mind. She doesn't have a memory issue. The one time she comes to Tampa and they're unloading and they're walking through the dark backyard every time to get in would be something that she would remember. And if she's not doing something criminal, she could tell and talk about it. Isaiah Chance is there, Davian Murphy, Sean Gathright, the Uber driver that takes us all the way from Tampa, where we finally know there are 5 people involved in this crime. There are 2 in the tracker vehicle, the surveillance vehicle, and there are 3 armed gunmen, and all of them stay at this Airbnb. Another lie. She lies to law enforcement. At first, it's just her and Isaiah Chance. It's just me and him, and you can listen to that audio again. Because she lies and she lies until she is confronted with evidence, and then the story changes. So it's not just her and Isaiah Chance, because they show her more evidence, and all of a sudden she knows, oh, they know Sean Gathright is there as well. They show him a photograph. And even though she has been in a car with him for 3.5 hours, and she has been in this Airbnb, she can't identify his photo. She will not give them any information, not a name. She would have you believe she only knows him as Little Bro. She won't give a description of him, and she certainly isn't going to pick out his photograph. But it is more evidence, not just their phone evidence. There is a witness that we now know and have the 5th person involved in this homicide, first-degree murder, and conspiracy, and that is because they take an Uber. And the Uber driver and the tracking, again, of license plate readers, we know that the Uber driver who gives Detective Ramos his trip ticket, who took them from Tampa, they had one stop at a gas station, but the same 3 people he picked up is the same 3 people for $187.51 that he takes to Sean Gathright's house, where we find all of the evidence of those firearms in his house. And we then find Alicia Andrews there, as well as Rashad Murphy for the first time, and again, Isaiah Chance. So the evidence in this case is overwhelming. And Mr. Harmon told you there is a mountain of evidence. And all of this evidence, the digital evidence, the video evidence, the cell phone evidence, the cell hawk mapping that you saw in this case, and the phone messages that you saw from her device show and bring to light the conspiracy that occurred in this case between all 5 of the co-defendants acting together and conspiring together. The conspiracy count in this case: to prove the crime of criminal conspiracy, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The intent of Alicia Andrews was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed. In order to carry out the intent, Alicia Andrews agreed, conspired, combined, confederated with Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davian Murphy, or other diverse persons to cause the first-degree murder to be committed either by them or one of them, or by some other person. It is not necessary that the agreement, conspiracy, combination, confederation to commit first-degree premeditated murder must be expressed in any particular words, or that words pass between the conspirators. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense conspired. This count is just the agreement. They don't have to do actually commit it. They don't have to do an act in furtherance. This is just the agreement to do it together. And you know, based on their actions, that they all conspired to do this. Rashad Murphy, more evidence. This investigation led to Auburndale in Florida, Sean Gathwright's grandmother's house, to Jacksonville, to his residence in Jacksonville, and it led to Gwinnett County as well, where he is caught in that silver Chevy Cruze that belongs to a person that dates one of his family members. And then Jacksonville Sheriff's Office also assisted and got photographs, a video from Walmart that occurred on 6/21, where the defendant is seen in there, Rashad Murphy, the co-defendant, Rashad Murphy, is seen there buying some stuff. And they see what he is wearing, and they compare it to the still videos that are taken in this case. More evidence again. He's not just driving the tracking vehicle. He's not just found with the tracking vehicle. More consciousness of guilt evidence. Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office locate him in the second suspect murder vehicle in this case in Tampa. And we are days later. He is far removed from Tampa, and he is in the silver Chevy Cruze. And what does he do when law enforcement authorities from Georgia approach? He flees. More consciousness of guilt. You don't need Rashad Murphy on recording saying what he did. His actions, just like Alicia Andrews' actions after this crime, show their guilt. He fled because he knew what he had done, and he knew what vehicle he was in. The phone evidence in this case. Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathwright, Davian Murphy, Alicia Andrews. You have all the evidence in this case about the phones. And just like the video evidence tracks them, just like all the photographs on the
Please
license
say
plate
you're
there,
almost
the silver
done.
Chevy Cruze and the black Chevy Impala, you have all of their phone and the timing advance showing that Alicia Andrews, Sean Gathwright, Isaiah Chance, and Davian Murphy, they all traveled together to Tampa from Jacksonville. It was coordinated. There is a reason it is coordinated. This was the plan all along. That is the only reason they were in Tampa, and that was to hunt and kill and gun down Charles Jones. That is the only reason. All of the evidence in this case shows you that. You were able to see, based on the video evidence in this case for yourselves, that he was hunted, that he was stalked, and that he was tracked, and that it was well coordinated. The McDonald's.
Oh, for
video.
fuck's sake,
COVID
he's not
mask.
done.
Another lie. It is not her clubbing attire. It is part of her disguise. It is a part of Isaiah Chance's disguise. Do you think Isaiah Chance has any concerns about his health? Why is he wearing a COVID mask? It is to mask his face. She gives every reason to law enforcement why it is that she's wearing a COVID mask. Again, every time she is confronted in that interview, she lies again. She says that she's concerned about her health, and then because of all the smoke in the clubbing. You saw from this video at the McDonald's that her co-defendant, Davian Murphy, the driver, is sitting there puffing away while she is in the seat next to him, not wearing a COVID mask. She's not wearing a COVID mask when she gets into an Uber with a stranger and is in a car, a small confined space with him for 3.5 hours. She's not wearing a COVID mask when she gets out of that car. She's not wearing a COVID mask when she goes into the the Airbnb on Gazebo Pond Lane. But her phone tracks her everywhere, and that is why you get to see all of the video footage from that night. This was on the phone, again, showing them tracking and going back to teasers to stalk the victim. All of the license plate readers, all of the cell phone mapping, States Exhibit 77, which you heard from Detective Ramos, they don't just rely on the records provided to them by the cell phone companies. They actually verify and confirm the accuracy of those timing of the cell phone records by seeing if they could provide visual evidence. You heard from the defense expert, and you heard from the defense attorney questioning the defense expert, saying like, oh, they purposely kept out Players Club. They didn't purposely keep out Players Club. You heard from Detective Ramos that not only him, there are other members of the Tampa Police Department looking for surveillance video based on the timing advance records of the defendant. They were hoping to get video evidence of her everywhere. You heard of all the places they went looking for and asking for videos. That is what they were scouring. They were looking at the timing advance, trying to see where she had been, and they are following that path to see if they could get video footage of the suspects. And you saw that they got it at McDonald's. You saw that they got it at the USF poll cam, but you heard from Detective Ramos that there were no video footage at this Players Club. You heard from their expert that they are in the vicinity of Players Club. That is just another lie that she is telling you on the stand. There is no evidence whatsoever that they are doing anything but staging, waiting for the victim again to go to another location. But to fit into her story that she's just here for clubbing and not another lie to law enforcement, she must have gone to some other club to ask a bouncer whether or not the price was too high for them to get in. So what is it? Is the price too high? So they didn't go in? So that would make 3 clubs that she didn't go in. And the whole purpose of her coming to Tampa was to go clubbing. Again, she is telling lie after lie, and you get to judge her credibility and determine whether or not you believe any single word that came out of her mouth. This is that photo taken at Truth 18. This is her leaving. And we did ask about the bag. Is any of the AR rifles in the bag? We are not suggesting that there is any AR rifles in the bag. What we are suggesting to you, again, is that she is assisting. She knows all of the people. They are unloading that car at the same time. That is a bag that comes from Sean Gathwright's house. It is loaded from Sean Gathwright's house into the black Chevy Impala, and then it is unloaded again into Sean Gathwright's house. She's telling you on the stand today that that belongs to her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. We see Isaiah Chance unload his vehicle. He never takes out a a pink duffel bag. Does it have the AR rifles in it? No. Does it have could it possibly have had clothes? We don't know. It is big enough to carry a firearm. It is big enough to carry ammunition. We don't ever have to prove to you what is in that bag. It is just another piece of evidence saying she is assisting them, she knows what is going on, and she is participating. She's not going to, she can't talk to any of these people, she can't have communication with any of these people, yet she can carry their bags out. She is comfortable with all of them. There isn't anything in these videos that suggests to you that she is afraid of any of them, that she is uncomfortable with any of them, or that she is scared of any of them. And I would suggest to you, when you're evaluating her testimony and what she said on the stand, it is full of not only lies, but contradictions. Is she afraid of Isaiah Chance? Was she forced to go on this trip? Was she a victim of domestic violence? Is she controlled by him? Yet she wants to make sure you know she doesn't live with him. She lives with her parents, and she can certainly tell him in a video and use language that isn't really suggestive of somebody who's truly afraid of somebody who can commit and control and make sure that they know every single thing that that person is doing. You judge that person's credibility and why it is they're telling you what they're telling you on that stand. Again, the cell phone mapping of her phone. Cell phone mapping of her boyfriend's phone. There's only one time when he's using it, and that is close in time to the...
Lady, you're running on soon 90 minutes. It is, what is it? 4:13 p.m. You're not supposed to go past 5. How are the defense going? Yeah, this might go on for a while.
Murder, and you know that there is a desperate attempt to get a hold of the other car. You have that pick up the phone, and then sharing of location, and then a couple of uses very close in time to where it is critical to get information to the shooters and the black Chevy Impala at 4:41 and 4:52 a.m. in the morning. This is that silver Chevy Cruze, again, with some unique identifying information. But you don't need that photograph. You don't need the license plate readers to know and to be able to be convinced overwhelmingly that she was in that vehicle, because she told you herself, in that interview with law enforcement, and you heard it. You heard before they really started confronting her with the evidence when they showed her photographs that she admitted that she was in those videos. So there is no doubt that she participated in her crime. There is no doubt as to her identity and her participation and everything that she has done in this case. And based on all the facts and all the circumstances of the evidence in this case, there is no reasonable doubt that she intended for this crime to be committed and that she assisted. She did more than assist. She participated as part of that surveillance team, posing as just normal, everyday people just happening to be walking in a parking lot so that her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, would not be detected by the rival gang, Mr. Rich Off War. There is no doubt that there was a war in Jacksonville involving both of these gangs, and that it came to Tampa when the defendant and all of her co-defendants brought it here. She is guilty of first-degree premeditated murder as a principal in this case, and she is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder. And all of the evidence shows and proves to you beyond all reasonable doubt that she is guilty.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to take a quick 2-minute comfort break, okay? Then we'll come back and we'll hear the defense closing.
All right. Okay, so prosecution is done. I'm not impressed. Where was the passion? Even when played in higher speed, she sounded disinterested. Now, folks, I would not be surprised at all if Alicia is found guilty. I wouldn't. I've seen cases and trials with far worse evidence reach a guilty verdict. Stop biting. And I wouldn't be surprised. Yes, Siobhan, that was higher speed. That was played in 1.25. In real time, it was slow and disinterested. For me, and the hyperbole in the midst of it, misrepresenting what she actually said. I don't. No, I did not feel it at all. If Alicia's testimony didn't move the needle, neither did this. This is supposed to be, let's pull it all together, and I got nothing. But that's me. That's me personally. And now they are taking a break. It is 4:17 p.m. How long will the defense have? And they're taking a break. I mean, they should have at least the same allotted time. Now, I don't know if they will use it. I hope not. But here we are. Yeah, this closing argument. Nah, I can't say I was convinced. Now, I know I have a higher standard than most other people. This channel is pro-defense because you are innocent until and unless proven guilty. And I follow that to a T. After the prosecution's opening statement, I will have questions. The prosecution has to answer each and every one of them during the state's case in chief. Then it is time for the defense. I might have more questions. And then, if the state chooses to do follow up, you better answer it. I didn't get there here. I simply did not get there in this case. But again, I would not be surprised if she's found guilty. So, just went back to watch Alicia's testimony on 2X. All I can say is, oh dear. Yeah. When a defendant takes the stand, no, I don't think that they had much choice. I think she really wanted to testify, regardless. But her lack of emotion during direct was not good. I actually think that the cross-examination was better for her. I agree with John Gary here. Defense should keep it short and sweet and focus on the lack of evidence rather than to try to prove her innocence. Yeah, this is a case, a trial, where they should go rock, steel, hard on reasonable doubt. Point out the provable flaws in the state's case. Point out, especially here, in the hyperbole in the state's closing argument. Quote the prosecutor when she said something that clearly was not in evidence, and say, if they had such a strong case, why do they have the need to hyperbole about what was said and the evidence? Half an hour max. Half an hour max. And we're hearing sounds from the court. They're coming back. All right, it is time for the defense closing arguments. If you haven't gone to the bathroom, now is the time. Now, also, I don't know what the judge will tell the jury. You have to stay until 8 today, or something of the sort. I don't know.
Okay.
Or if they just continue with deliberations on Monday. Yeah. Standards of proof. Good. Yeah, definitely. Have that up. Reasonable doubt. The diagram. Where are the different? She probably did it. I think that she definitely probably did it. Not enough. It has to be beyond all reasonable doubt. Boy Scout popcorn. Contact Dave. All right, here we go. Defense closing argument. The state has to prove each element of each charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's talk about reasonable doubt. That should be his opening words here. Or something of that effect. Yeah, and I postponed the slightly buzzed Friday Law Show to 5:30 p.m. Since, well, I don't know how long this will continue. And it might give me a few minutes to fix things before.
Mr. McClement, can we get going while the rest of your team looks for the exhibit?
Why?
Okay,
Okay.
okay, very good. All right, let's bring in our jurors. Oh, and I'm sorry, before we begin, do either the state or the defense object to me reminding the jurors that their identities will be confidential and that I've entered an order sealing the records regarding their names and that the signature and name of the foreperson will be redacted from the public record?
I have no objection, Judge.
No objection.
Okay, very good.
That should be said after they can come back with a verdict. You don't want to imply to them that they might be in danger. Hey, Ms. Rattle, yeah, prosecution is done, time for the defense.
Yes?
All rise. All jurors and judges.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Welcome back. All right, thank you, Mr. McClement. Everyone have a seat. You can proceed.
Reasonable doubt, reasonable doubt, reasonable doubt.
In the old days, in the old days, there was a warrior who had a best friend. This best friend of his was a dog. He named him Taz. These two went everywhere together. They were inseparable. But as time would have it, this warrior would get called off to war from time to time, and the dog would follow him out of the castle, out into the courtyard, past the threshold, to the crossroads, and he would leave Taz at the crossroads to go off for war. It don't matter if he was gone for a month, 3 months, 6 months. Every time he came back from war to the crossroad, he saw his dog, Taz, there, his best friend. One time, he took a wife who bore him a child, and he had to go away to war. He came back one time, and he didn't see Taz at the crossroads. And that was strange. So he goes through the threshold into the courtyard, and there he sees Taz. But something is wrong with Taz. He's on the ground. He's not really moving. He's low to the ground. And there's this weird color to his fur. Taz leads him into the courtyard, into the castle, into a room where the bassinet was at for the baby. And there's blood all around the bassinet. The warrior knows exactly what happened. He takes his sword and he kills his best friend Taz. And then he hears a noise. He lifts the lid of the bassinet, and there he sees his infant baby, alive and well. And next to the bassinet, there's a rabid wolf that Taz had killed. He drops his sword, never picks it up again. He picks up Taz, takes Taz out to the courtyard, past the threshold, to the crossroads, and he buries him. Builds a nice monument for his best friend. And every day for the rest of his life, he goes out to the crossroads and he asks his friend for forgiveness. The sword of justice has the ability to save the innocent. When used with care and responsibility. When used recklessly, it has the ability to harm the innocent. Alicia Andrews is innocent of every count, every lesser included, every crime that she is on trial for today. Perception is not reality. The perception of the detectives in this case was certainly not reality. The state sees Alicia as some gangster queen pin. They see her as someone who has red hair, bright red hair, bad tattoos, who hangs out with gang bangers, gang members, gang associates, an individual who's cold and heartless. But perception is not reality. What do you see? Alicia Andrews is an individual, a young individual, a young woman. She's well-spoken, she's mild-mannered, she's brave, she's strong, and she's a respectable young woman, as you saw when she took the stand. She is not a gang member. She is not a gang associate. And that was clear from the evidence in this case, from every detective that testified. The Jacksonville sheriff's officers testified. She is not a gang member. She is not a gang associate. She isn't. It doesn't matter how many pictures they show, the state shows, right? In fact, I love.
Show when they showed her cousin instead of her.
I love this exhibit. I love this exhibit. I love this exhibit. I love these exhibits from 2021. And why do we love these exhibits? Because they embody exactly what the state's case has been about. Absolutely nothing. All of the evidence, now most of it, of this evidence has been about a gang war in Jacksonville for which Alicia Andrews does not take any part in. 98% of the evidence in this case that you saw over the last 2 weeks has to do with all of these individuals, whether it be Quan, whether it be Young and Ace, whether it be 6 Block, whether it be 1200, 2100. You've learned about where Jacksonville gangs live, whether it's on the north side, the east side. You've learned all of these things, certainly beyond a reasonable doubt, that there are gangs in Jacksonville, that they kill each other, that they rap about killing each other, but you have not learned a single thing about whether Alicia Andrews intended to kill Charles Jones.
You must go into the reasonable doubt standard.
The defense never said anything about a romantic getaway with Alicia Andrews. The word romance never came from the defense. It came from Detective Ramos's perception of what Alicia Andrews told him.
this prosecution's opening. Interesting.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes?
Oh. Sidebar counter 30. Mwah, 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 mwah. Yeah, I'm not so sure showing the state's opening statement is allowed since that is not evidence. I must say I've never seen the defense closing using the state's opening statements before. That's an interesting
Okay,
choice.
so, members of the jury, I've instructed
Oh.
you numerous times throughout this trial that what the attorneys say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. It is just their opinions as far as what the evidence is and what the evidence means. Ultimately, what the evidence means is solely up to you, okay? All right, go ahead.
Ah, their objection. Oh, fucked.
On the weekend, Charles Jones was killed. Alicia Andrews was on a weekend trip.
Is there a way to amplify the sound, Mr. McLemmon?
This is a bold move.
I want to start from the beginning. Alicia Andrews was asked by her boyfriend to inquire about an Airbnb. He doesn't say to her, Alicia, I need you to figure out about an Airbnb so that we can go to Tampa and we can kill Julio Foolio. He doesn't say, Alicia, I need you to go and inquire about an Airbnb so that me and 3 of my friends and you can all go hang out in the Airbnb. He doesn't give her any extra information. Sort of similar to how Sean Gathright was not giving Kyla Enright any extra information. No context. That's not how these individuals operate. He just asked her to inquire about an Airbnb, and innocently, Alicia Andrews does that. She gets on Instagram, she sends a text message to someone she knows and asks, do you have an Airbnb available? And the person says to Alicia Andrews, what day do you want the Airbnb for? And Alicia Andrews, not knowing that this is some murder plot, says, the 23rd, or what day do you have available? The first indication that she has no idea that she has to be in Tampa on the 23rd for Julio Foolio. Or else she would not be telling the person that she's inquiring whatever day you have available, or what days do you have available. The first indication, from the very first piece of evidence that the state has. If the detectives did not have this perception of Alicia Andrews that was flawed, maybe that would have been the first indication that she's innocent. That she did not know what was happening. The second indication from that same transaction is that Alicia Andrews never pressed the issue with this person. In fact, Isaiah Chance and Rashad Murphy, off in their own world, got impatient. And they went ahead and booked the Airbnb without Alicia, because Alicia is not in the group. And because, like we said in opening statement, Alicia is not in the loop. Simple. The next thing that happens is that on the morning of the trip, what happens? Sean Gathright, Isaiah Chance, they're at Sean Gathright's home. Where's Alicia? Not with the group. not in the loop. Alicia Andrews is at home, doing whatever she's doing at home. Isaiah Chance gets to Sean Gathride's house. You can see he has a gun. You can see he gets out of the car with the gun. He puts it in his waistband. He goes inside the house. He and Sean Gathright begin to pack the bags, moving bags from car to inside the house, or from car to car. They're moving the bags, shuffling the bags. Hours worth of work, packing, get ready to go. It's only then, after they've done what they're conspiring to do, that they then go and pick up Alicia Andrews. She's not around them to know what they're doing, what they're planning, what they're discussing. She's not. It's simple. That's on camera. Thank the detectives for bringing you that footage. Because if we didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to sit here and tell you that. So Alicia Andrews comes to Sean Gathride's home. When she gets to Sean Gathride's home, she doesn't go inside and say hi to him or his parents or anyone who's inside. She doesn't do any of that. She waits in the car, like Isaiah Chance tells her to do. She waits there until the other car pulls up. She gets out of one car, she gets in another, and then she takes off. Mind you, this is the third car that she's been in for that day, the third one, because the first car was from her home to the place where Isaiah Chance picked her up. The second was Isaiah Chance's BMW to the home. And the third is this Impala that she's not familiar with to get down to Tampa. She gets to Tampa with her boyfriend and with Sean Gathright. And at that time, as the evidence is clear, there is no Rashad Murphy, there is no Davion Murphy at the Airbnb. At the Airbnb. So she goes inside of the Airbnb, and we'll reverse a little bit about that whole front door, back door issue. But she goes inside, and Davion Murphy and Rashad Murphy are not there yet. They're just not. And when she's asked about whether they're there when she gets there, and she says no, it's the truth, by their own data. She goes upstairs, and she's in the room. And at some point in time, these four men, they leave her at the Airbnb, and they go on their own mission, leaving her out of this group, out of the loop. So they leave her at the Airbnb, and she's not being texted to find out where Julio Foolio is. They're not asking her to DM Julio Foolio. There's no efforts by Alicia Andrews to reach out to anyone to figure out where Julio Foolio is, where his crew is at, where he might be partying, nothing like that. Alicia Andrews is back at the Airbnb looking for food after she was abandoned by her boyfriend. Looking for Pizza Hut, which she can barely afford, and then ultimately has to settle for McDonald's.
I mean, I don't hate this, but going with the innocence instead of the reasonable doubt, I don't agree with. But I don't hate this particularly. Now, his timing is off. The flow is off. But he's been a licensed attorney for about a year.
So we'll talk about Alicia Andrews' arrival at the Airbnb for a little bit. The detectives in this case were sure, 100% sure, that Alicia Andrews opened that front door with a code and let everyone else in through the back. Because as their theory, their perception would have it, is that Alicia Andrews is the cover for them. And so that was their perception, and so every piece of evidence that they looked at after that had to be that way. So this first piece of evidence, they see Alicia Andrews on the camera at the Airbnb, and they say, well, the reason why she's the only one on camera is because she opened the door, and she let everyone else into the back. And what kind of sense would it make if everyone is involved, everyone's conspiring together? What kind of sense would it make for Alicia Andrews to know that there's a camera at the front door and for her to sacrifice herself for a group of men that she's never even met before? To go to the front door of the Airbnb, stare the camera in the face, and put her identity out there. What kind of sense would that make? It would not make any sense. Alicia Andrews is not even concerned with the camera. You can see that from the video. You can see it. She doesn't look at the camera. She's not staring it down. She's not worried about it.
I'm in the car, you don't remember, and then you took it over.
I follow you.
And in order to get in, you have to put in a code, and that code gets tracked on the app. I spoke to the owner of the Airbnb. Nobody else went in. How did they get in? Did you let them in another door? Is it possible you could have opened the back door?
What did Detective Ramos say? He said he spoke to the owner of the Airbnb. And so he's confident that he knows what he's talking about because he spoke to the owner. We spoke to the owner as well in court, in trial. And after he actually spoke to the owner, after he actually got the log in this case, the log, after he actually received it, a month or two prior to trial, I can't remember the date, he then realized that he was wrong. But that's not the only thing that Detective Ramos has been wrong about. It's not the only thing that the state has been wrong about in this case. But with the information that he did not have, with the video that he did have, he arrested Alicia Andrews on bad information. Without the log, without it, it is so evident that just by looking at the camera, Alicia Andrews never put in any code. It's evident because she knocks on the door. Why would Alicia Andrews knock on the door if she was the first person there and she had some code to put in to the Airbnb? She wouldn't. She would put in the code. She didn't put in a code because she knew somebody was already inside. So without the locking log, the Detective Ramos, should have known that there was no way that she was putting in a code to get in that front door because it's on video. But his perception led him down a different road. His perception was not reality. The door, as you can see, hinge opened. She goes in and someone's inside says, "My bad." But it wasn't until a month before trial that Detective Ramos realized he messed up. There's conversation, argument from the state that because Alicia Andrews didn't park in those two front parking spaces in front of the Airbnb, that's some consciousness of guilt. First off, Alicia Andrews is not driving the car. She's not driving the vehicle. Much less does Alicia Andrews know which parking spots are assigned to the Airbnb unit, if they are even assigned. We heard no evidence that the parking spaces at the Airbnb are assigned to anyone, that those 2 spaces in front of it, right in front, are particularly for the individuals that rent that Airbnb. There's no evidence of that. Don't forget that. And she's not driving the car. So if Isaiah Chance or Sean Gathright parks on the side of the home, the Airbnb, she's going along with what they're doing. She's not going to tell them to park around the side. She doesn't even know where the door is until she's told where it's at. So, speed up. They leave the Airbnb. When I say they, I mean the 4 men. They leave the Airbnb, leave Alicia inside. When they don't see any sign or trace of Julio Foolio at Teasers, what do? Here comes Sean Gathright. Sean Gathright says, I am going to text Kyla Enright, my girlfriend, and I'm going to see if she can get me the location for Julio Foolio. This is part 2 of their plan, or plan B. It's clear, because if Kyla Enright was a part of their plan the entire time, she would have been on point before they got there. It's clear that he's pivoting. He says, I need y'all text Fat Boy. Kyla Enright says, about what? If she was in on any plan, if she had any idea what was going down, she wouldn't be asking him about what. He says, hey sis, I need you to text Fat Boy and tell him you're trying to pull up and you're trying to see him tonight. This is not a well thought out, orchestrated plan that the state would have you believe. These individuals are just flying by it, just trying to figure it out as they go. He know I'm gone. I've been FaceTiming him while I'm out. Sean Gathright says he in Tampa right now, but make it seem like you don't know he here or there. He at a B&B with 6. Be like, where you at? I want to pull up. I'm drunk. Then he says, never mind, at 12:39, for whatever reason. He's texting her these things. And then she writes back to him and says, we at Tier the Club? You want to come to the B&B with us, ? She thinks he might be where she's at, in a different city. She has no idea what Sean Gathright is texting her for or really about. But she's responding to him, innocently responding to him. He's trying to use her to commit a murder, and she has no idea. These individuals are very good at concealing their intent, at concealing what they're trying to do, and they're good at doing it to the people that they're closest to. Sean Gathright, his mother, and his grandmother have zero clue about what Sean Gathright does in his spare time. Zero. And they live with him. His mother lives with him. That's his grandmother's baby. You cannot tell Sean Gathwright's grandmother anything about her baby. They have no idea. She says, who B&B? And he says 6. Fools. It's his B-Day and Fat Boy with him. She says, not here in Jacksonville? And he says, nah, they in Tampa. So whoever is texting from Kyla Enright's phone has no idea that it's one, Julio's birthday, 2, that Foolio is not in Jacksonville. And so is it really that difficult to understand that not everybody is looking at Foolio or watching his page or knows where his birthday is or knows what club he might be at? It's not difficult to believe that, to understand that, to comprehend that, because it's here in your face. And this is not Alicia Andrews, but Alicia Andrews is in the same position because she doesn't follow his Instagram page like that. She may press the button. Julio Foolio has millions of followers. But it's clear from the evidence that she wasn't searching his page at or around this time. It's clear because the state had evidence that Rashad Murphy was using his phone to search Julio Foolio on Instagram. That was clear. If the state had evidence that Alicia Andrews was searching for Julio Foolio on Instagram, they would have rolled out the red carpet, put that evidence up there on the stand, and presented it to you all. There is absolutely zero evidence that Alicia Andrews knew that Charles Jones was going to be in Tampa that weekend. Zero evidence. When Sean Gathright hears back from Kyle Enright, and Kyle Enright says, he's at Beezer's or something like that. She meant teasers. But Sean Gathright realizes that he's not getting anywhere with Kyle Enright because he's getting the same information that he already knew. So they have to pivot from that plan as well. So at that time, Isaiah Chance says, well, I might be able to figure this out. Alicia Andrews has a phone that maybe we can use. And you want to know why it's so obvious that Isaiah Chance was using Alicia Andrews? I mean, but for like the obvious detective realizing that in the interrogation. You don't know why it's so obvious outside of that? They don't need Alicia Andrews. They don't need her. You saw the photographs in Rashad Murphy's iCloud dump, which has a bag sitting in front of him with a burner phone or a prepaid phone. These individuals know how to get prepaid phones. They go to the store, they buy them, like Rashad Murphy did at the Walmart, and they're untraceable. But Isaiah Chance put his girlfriend's phone up as tribute. And she had no idea what was going on. Over 12,000 GPS coordinates from her phone for that weekend. 12,000. The others had very minimal. If you remember the testimony from Tom Pullen. Very minimal. I mean, I believe Sean Gathright may have had 70 or someone else had 47. Alicia Andrews had 12,000. She had no idea that she should be either turning off her phone or doing anything to conceal the GPS points. She had no idea because she wasn't in the group, because she had no role in this conspiracy, in this murder plot. So Isaiah Chance says, okay, you all go in another car, and I'll go with Alicia. I'll take her in the Chevy Cruze, or the silver Chevy Cruze, and you all go in the bigger car, the Impala. And so he does come back. He gives her some McDonald's. He deals with her hunger very minimally. Right, McDonald's, some chicken nuggets. And then he takes her to Teasers under this guise that he's taking her out. And does she know what he's actually doing? Absolutely not. There's absolutely zero evidence that she knows what he's doing. So he takes her to Teasers, and he's trying to use her phone, and he does use her phone. And the state's version of the story is that she is cover for him outside of this club. And while he may have been using her, it makes absolutely zero sense that Alicia Andrews is cover for him. And Alicia Andrews is not an invisibility cloak. Standing next to Alicia Andrews does not make him less noticeable. If anything, it would make him more noticeable. Robert Howard knows who Isaiah Chance is with or without the medical mask. So if Robert Howard saw Isaiah Chance outside as he testified, he would, I guess, let his friends know Isaiah Chance is around and he's in the vicinity. If Robert Howard saw Isaiah Chance outside with a mask on, he would certainly let his friends know that Isaiah Chance is outside. Certainly. The mask itself, that's not helping. That's not concealing anything. If anything, that would make it worse. So when Alicia Andrews says that she's pregnant, and when she went out to the club, she decided to put on a mask, it's because she's pregnant and doesn't want to inhale smoke from all these people. She's not wearing the mask for COVID purposes. Yes, COVID, you wanted to social distance. You wanted to not be around somebody, so you put the mask on. Even if it was just a couple of people, maybe you put the mask on. And then, you know, as time went on, people got lax. They wouldn't put the mask on if it was around people that, you know, a couple people. They would only put it on outside in the public. And remember, this is 2024. It's not the neck of COVID. It's not March 2020 when COVID started, or a little bit after that. Alicia Andrews is wearing the mask because of her pregnancy and because she doesn't want to inhale smoke. And she had just been to McDonald's on a McDonald's run. And during that McDonald's run, somebody right next to her started smoking. And she wasn't going to tell Davion Murphy to put it out, somebody she doesn't know. This big individual in what she believes was his car. She wasn't going to tell him to put it out. But when they left McDonald's, she went and she got her face mask and they went to the club. Outside of Teasers, in the video that you see, that you've seen enough times, I won't play it over for you, but outside of Teasers, you see Alicia Andrews arrive at Teasers. Her boyfriend is driving the vehicle. They get out. He asks her for the phone. She gives it to him. She unlocks it. He tries to make a call. The only logical explanation for what happened when he tried to make that call is that the other person did not pick up the phone. Why is that logical, and why is it the only logical explanation? Is because a few minutes after that, he's texting Sean Gatherite to pick up the effing phone. Twice. You do that when somebody does not answer the phone. So when they're outside of Teasers and they're on video camera and you see him with the phone there, yes, he's probably trying to call and it's probably ringing. But the reason why he texts a few minutes later to pick up the phone is because the phone didn't connect. And the call detail records at 2:31 show that there was a call that went out and a call that did not connect. It didn't connect. So whatever the state wants you to think that Alicia overheard in that time, there was nothing to overhear. And Isaiah Chance says, okay, well, this club is packed, let's go. Alicia Andrews is like, all right, whatever. She gets in the passenger seat. They go to another area off of Hillsborough. This is what the detective testified to. And for some reason, the detective wasn't able to track down the location on Hillsborough where Alicia Andrews was at, but he was able to track down the other locations. He was able to track down the McDonald's that she went to and got cameras there. He was able to track down Teasers. He was able to track down Truth 18. He was able to track down the USF parking lot pole camera. And he was able to track down Tesla cameras, Home 2 Suites cameras, all of these cameras, except for the ones on Hillsborough. And Alicia Andrews testified that she was at another place called Players Club. And that that's the location where she went up, where I guess Isaiah Chance went up to the bouncer, asked how much it cost to get in, gave them too high of a price. He's like, okay, let's try to go somewhere else. And Alicia Andrews, there's no Charles Jones at this second place. there's no Julio Foolio at the second place, and the reason why there's no camera footage there, the reason why that place was never really discovered is because it doesn't fit the narrative. Because Charles Jones was not there at that other place. So if Charles Jones is never there, the detectives aren't trying hard enough to figure out what's going on in that area, why they went over there, whether there's any cameras over there, because Charles Jones never made it to that location. He was never slated to go there. So they keep repeating over and over throughout the trial, you went to the only places where Charles Jones was at, the only 2 clubs he was at. That's not the only places where Alicia Andrews was at. So from there, they get in the car, they go to Truth 18, but on the way, I guess the GPS coordinates say they went to Teasers, and then they go to Truth 18. The times would show that if they did go back to Teasers, that Charles Jones was already gone by the time they made it back to Teasers, if I'm not mistaken. So then, somehow, Isaiah Chance takes her to Truth 18. Somehow he figures out that he should be at Truth 18. They go to Truth 18. He's again using her phone. He's on FaceTime with someone. He is showing the person the Truth 18 building. And he takes a picture, and Alicia Andrews says, I heard him talking to an individual. I don't know who he was talking to. But I heard him say, this place is packed, and where are y'all at? Isaiah Chance is a smart individual. He doesn't want to tell Alicia Andrews what's going on. He's not going to say on the phone exactly what he's doing. He has a way that he can communicate with somebody on the other phone, on the other end, without telling Alicia Andrews enough information for her to figure out what is going on. It's simple. Where y'all at? And they may say where they're at. And he's telling them where he's at. And if they're in the same group and they're on the same page, they clearly know that they should probably be at this location. Because they've already had this conversation. They've already had these discussions. He doesn't have to say much. She's following him around. At some point they get back in the car, and he starts to drive erratic. And Alicia Andrews said that this was a different behavior. He was acting strange. He was acting funny. And he drives on that USF pole camera. You see he comes down this way. They make the right at the light. They make a U-turn, and they make a right into USF. And they're over there for 5 minutes. That part of it is off camera. I don't know if there was another pole camera over there that Detective Ramos could have picked up, but it's off camera. Isaiah Chance gets out of the car, just stops the car in sort of like the middle of the road, gets out of the car, takes the phone with him, and is out talking, out of earshot of Alicia Andrews. They stay in that area for about 5 minutes, then he gets back in the car, runs a red light, goes into the Homes and Suites parking lot, is in there for less than a minute, goes in, circles around, and leaves out. And why does he leave out of the parking lot before anything happens? Because he doesn't want Alicia Andrews to see what happened. He doesn't want Alicia Andrews to witness what happened. He kept everything away from Alicia Andrews so that she wouldn't know what was happening. They get back to the Airbnb, and these other individuals are already there. They're already there. Whether they left their guns inside of whatever car they drove there in, whether they packed them up before Alicia got there. When she got there, she went inside, she just saw these individuals. Like she said, they looked disoriented, they smelled, and she decided to just go upstairs. And anytime that she did come downstairs and they were talking, anytime that she did come downstairs, they would stop talking because she's not in the group. And it makes complete sense, because why would some strangers, Davion and Rashad Murphy, why would they include Alicia Andrews in a plot to kill an individual They don't even know Alicia Andrews. Why would you include someone you do not know in a plot to kill a famous person? But Isaiah Chance, he wanted to bring Alicia Andrews along, and whatever he had to work out with them, with these men or whatever, he worked out with them, and she was there. Common sense, if we're talking common sense, would have you know that he and the other men probably had a conversation. This is my girl, look, don't worry about her. I'll keep her out of it. And she was kept out of it. Alicia Andrews is never seen with any guns on any of these cameras. Alicia Andrews is not carrying any of these big, heavy bags as much as the state wants you to believe that she is. She carries her bags, and then the one time she's carrying the pink bag is when she puts it in the Uber. And that pink bag clearly does not have heavy ammunition and rifles in it. Clearly. When I asked Detective Ramos, will those rifles fit in the pink bag? Instead of just saying no, because that's the truthful and honest answer, he says, I don't know. I don't know how big the pink bag is, but we all can see the pink bag on the video. We can see how small it is, the size of it in relation to Alicia Andrews. The bag doesn't fit rifles in it. It doesn't. The rifles, you saw them for yourselves. You had Amara Drew stand right in front of you, show you the rifles, show you the safety on the rifles, show you how it works, what it does, why it does what it does. The brass catchers had an entire class on these rifles. So use that information. It's evidence. It may not be evidence against Alicia for this crime, but it's some evidence. And you can use that evidence to show that there's no way that those rifles could fit in that pink bag. And I don't know why the pink bag became such a big thing in this trial. Because there's no evidence, and the state agrees that they don't know what's in the pink bag. There's no relevance to showing this pink bag. It's just a pink bag. Probably dirty laundry inside of it. So, when you deliberate, there's some things that you should know that Alicia did not know. Alicia did not know to go through some back door at the Airbnb to conceal her face on the camera. That never made sense from the beginning. Alicia Andrews did not know who was going on this trip. She didn't know Davion Murphy and Rashad Murphy were going to join them. She didn't even know Sean Gathright was going to be joining her and Isaiah Chance on this trip. Isaiah Chance said, I'm going to Tampa. She said, I want to go. He said, you can come. He meets with Alicia Andrews. They go to Sean Gathright's house. She says, why are we here? He says, oh, we're going to ride with Sean Gathright. She's like, all right, whatever. She didn't know who was going on the trip. Alicia Andrews didn't know who was on the other end of the phone calls that Isaiah Chance was making. She did not know who was on the other end of the text messages that Sean Gathright sent out. She didn't even know that Sean Gathright was sending out any text messages to an individual named Kyla Enright. Alicia Andrews did not know that she should stay off her phone, that she should turn it off. That's evidenced by the fact that she had over 12,000 GPS points, data points on her phone. She did not even know who Davion and Rashad Murphy were, if that wasn't clear throughout this trial. Didn't know them. Barely knew Sean Gathright. Met him one time at a family gathering. And when you go to these gatherings and there are a lot of people that you do not know, it is difficult to remember who was even at the gathering. You see a bunch of people, you grab a plate of food, you go outside. People you could probably have seen and come in contact with during the gathering and not realize later on, a year later, 6 months later, whenever, that you even met this person before. She didn't stay there for an extended period of time. She wasn't hanging out with Sean Gathright in the house. You heard what she said. Her boyfriend does not like her around other men, his friends, because he's controlling, he's possessive, he's jealous, he's manipulative. So he doesn't want her around other men that he knows. or other men that he doesn't know, for that matter. And that's evidenced by the text messages showing that he doesn't even want her posting certain things on social media, telling her to delete it. And she does what he says. Alicia Andrews, like I said earlier, didn't know that there were guns in some of these bags. And is that so hard to digest? No. The Uber driver handled the bags. He was helping with the bags when he dropped them off in Jacksonville. He didn't know that there were any guns in the bags. Sean Gathwright's grandmother watched Sean Gathwright transfer bags from one car to the next, and she didn't know that there were guns or ammunition in the bags. She didn't know that the 4Runner would be stopped and they'd find ammunition, casings, and all these different things in it. She never saw any of that. She was standing right next to him when he switched the items from the vehicles, standing right next to him. Alicia Andrews did not know where she was going in Tampa, except for, with the exception of the McDonald's, because she asked to go there. But she didn't know which club she was going to, just like any of the other women that testified. Alright, do 6 block and ATK get along?
I don't know, I'm a girl.
When you say you're a girl, what do you mean by that?
I don't get into
Object, may we approach?
Yes.
Then
Stop.
Yeah, I'm not sure you can use that in closing arguments. Not that way, anyway. All right. Sidebar counter 31! He needs to go through the reasonable doubt standard.
You heard the testimony for yourself. There were women that got up and they said, I was just a passenger. I was just following Foolio around. I was just following my boyfriend around, or these other people around. All the women that testified in the state's case in chief, all of them said the same thing. I am just a girl. I was just following the individuals. I don't know where I was at. I had never been to Tampa before. I'm not familiar with this area. I don't know the names of the places that I went. I don't know where they were at. I was just following people around. Alicia Andrews' phone came up in this trial. Alicia Andrews' phone was broken several times. Alicia Andrews' phone was never recovered. The detectives in this case never searched her home because they claimed they never had probable cause for a search warrant, which is a problem all by itself. But if you don't have a phone and an individual is supposed to have used this phone in a murder plot, surely you could get a search warrant to search where that individual lives. And that never happened. Never happened. The Text Now application that Alicia Andrews was using. The Text Now application, as we heard, is an application that you can use on an iPhone either when you don't have service or if somebody blocks you from regular service, you can use the Text Now application to text. And Alicia Andrews would use the Text Now application to text Isaiah Chance. specifically around the time of this murder plot, she was doing it because he had blocked her on the regular text messaging app, and so she was using the Text Now app to text him back and forth. And you see the text messages that were recovered from the iCloud or the phone or wherever in evidence. There are text messages as recent as June 17, 2024. When Alicia Andrews got a new phone, when she got a new phone, her iCloud was still there. And they were able to pull from the iCloud. No evidence that Alicia Andrews knew of any murder plot. No evidence that Alicia Andrews intended to kill Charles Jones. No evidence that she conspired with any of these individuals.
Reasonable doubt. Reasonable
Alicia Andrews had
doubt.
messages that
Reasonable
went back
doubt.
years. And they have them. Thousands of messages. Dig all the way back to 2020, 2021. Back when she was in high school, talking to her best friend at the age of 17. They went all the way back. And the best that they could find is that Alicia Andrews in 2021, when she was 17 years old, told her best friend that she thought Charles Jones was ugly and that he needed to die. And why did she say he needed to die? Charles Jones, as you all heard, was an individual who caused a lot of havoc in Jacksonville. Does that mean she wants him dead? Does that mean that she was going to actually kill him? She formed it in her mind at the age of 17 that she was going to one day group up together with 4 individuals, go to Tampa and kill him? No, that's not what it means. It's an ignorant comment at a very young age. It's an ignorant comment at a very young age. And because Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, is causing so much havoc in the city, there's only so many ways that he could stop doing that he could stop causing the killing, the back and forth, because that is what he was doing. Perpetuating it is either he stops making the music, or he decides that, hey, I'm going to make music that is actually good for the community. Or what happened? He's perpetuating this stuff. They all are, all these people in these gangs, perpetuating it back and forth. And it actually becomes reality for them. Because they're talking about it day in and day out. And they're going back and forth with each other, day in and day out. But whether it be for money, whether it be for views, whether it be for clicks, it becomes their reality because they speak it into existence. And this is a tragic situation. All of those boys, those men that died, I don't care if it's ATK, 1200, 2100, it's completely tragic. This entire gang war that they have going on in Jacksonville, or so they call it. Individuals dying, going to prison. I mean, Alicia Andrews is really just a regular girl. And she knows people that she went to school with in middle school or high school that have died, gotten shot on school campus. These things aren't regular. These things aren't normal. This is a terrible situation that these young men are in Jacksonville. And you heard all about it throughout the trial. It's terrible, it's tragic, but it has nothing to do with whether Alicia Andrews intended to go to Tampa and kill Charles Jones. Nothing. All of what you saw was a smokescreen. All of what you saw was an attempt by the state, by the detectives, to put Alicia Andrews in a box, to put Alicia Andrews in this circle of people, birds of a feather. And it was an attempt to get you to just say, oh, she must be guilty because she hangs out with these people, or she knows this person, this will go crazy individual. That there was really no evidence that she really spoke to him. She spoke about him in a text message. Okay. She spoke about Robert Howard too. She doesn't know him. He doesn't know her. She spoke about Bibby. She doesn't know him. He doesn't know her. She was just speaking about things that she had seen in either real life or on social media. She doesn't know these individuals, but she knows of them.
Reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt standard. Come on. Now I'm getting annoyed here. Reasonable doubt. Ba-dum, dum, dum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Reasonable doubt. It's not that hard. And I can't skip forward. And I can't play it in faster speed because
Beyond and
we
to
are
the
live.
exclusion of every reasonable doubt. That is the standard of proof in this case. That is the standard by which the state has to prove this case. They have to prove that Alicia Andrews committed both crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. And if you ask yourselves whether at the close of evidence
Explain
you
it.
felt
Explain it.
or you
Explain
knew
the reasonable
that
doubt
the state
standard.
proved this case beyond a reasonable doubt, can almost guarantee that that was not the situation. So let's talk about reasonable doubt.
Yes.
The
Finally.
judge is going to read instructions to you and tell you where you can find reasonable doubt. And I have an acronym for it. It's called CLE. You find reasonable doubt in the conflicts in the evidence, in the lack of evidence, and the evidence itself. Is there really enough evidence in this case? Think about the conflicts in the evidence, the issues that the detectives had. Think about whether there were any conflicts in Alicia Andrews' testimony. Alicia Andrews did not have to take the stand, but she did. And she told her story, and you can't teach that. It either is the truth or it's not. Alicia Andrews showed you that she has nothing to hide from you all. Nothing. This is not a police interrogation room. This is not a room that she's being pressured by two detectives in some small closed-off area. This is a courtroom. And she came in here and told you the truth about everything. And as much as the state pushed and pushed and pushed and tried to get her caught up in some lie or some story, Alicia Andrews never, not once, went impeached. Not once. So is there any conflict in Alicia Andrews' testimony? No, not at all. 100% flawless. In this case, there is a clear lack of evidence, and it doesn't matter how many times the state says that they have overwhelming evidence in this case. They do not. The only thing that was overwhelming about the evidence in this case is the fact that there's a gang war going on in Jacksonville. That's it. Overwhelmingly, everybody is aware that people are dying back and forth because of drill rap music in Jacksonville. That is the overwhelming evidence in this case. This case is not about some October 7th, 2023 shooting. It's not. A shooting that's still under investigation almost 2 years later. A shooting in which Jacksonville Sheriff's Office has not made any arrests. A shooting in which there's no probable cause to arrest anyone. But they claim that Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright are the suspects in that case. But they haven't been arrested for anything. After 2 years of an open case. And that case is being used to tie Alicia Andrews into this case, and she has nothing to do with an October 7th shooting of Charles Jones. You saw text messages between Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance around that same time period, from 2023. And what is Isaiah Chance telling Alicia Andrews? That he doesn't want to be around her right now, he needs some time because his friend has died. She's not even around him at that time. But somehow, some way, that information, that evidence is in this trial. It's being used to try to convict Alicia for these charges. And the two have nothing to do with each other. The town center shooting has nothing to do with this case. The fact that some person named 23 died, that youngin' Ace got shot, that his brother was there and his brother got shot as well, has nothing to do with whether Alicia Andrews knew that her boyfriend and these other individuals were going to Tampa to kill Charles Jones. It has nothing to do with anything. This town center shooting, the Rains shooting, the one that happened in 2018 with Robert Howard, has nothing to do with whether Alicia Andrews intended to kill Charles Jones or even knew that he was going to die. Nothing. All of this back and forth from 2018 that you've heard, all of it, just think about it. What does it have to do with Alicia Andrews? And over, every witness after witness, didn't know Alicia Andrews, couldn't tell you the relevance of some of the things that the state presented against Alicia Andrews. If this case were against any of Alicia Andrews' co-defendants, it'd be a different story. But this case is against Alicia Andrews. This is state of Florida versus Alicia Andrews, and I would like to stay in that world.
Explain the reasonable doubt standard.
Probable cause is a standard. You heard about it in this trial. You need probable cause to make an arrest. You also need probable cause to get a search warrant. It's not reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is higher than probable cause. It's also higher than what they call the greater weight of the evidence, which is a little bit over 50%. So if you put your hand on a scale, or if you put a scale up and you put a piece of feather on one scale and it tips it a little bit over, that's the greater weight of the evidence. Reasonable doubt is higher than that. Reasonable doubt is even higher than what they call clear and convincing evidence. It's higher than that. Reasonable doubt, beyond reasonable doubt, is the highest burden in a criminal trial. The highest. And that comes with a great responsibility to the state. They are the individuals who own that burden, who have to hold that burden. And if there's any evidence in this case that you did not see, if there's any evidence that you wish you would have seen, that you feel should have been presented, that you need in order to make a decision, that is all on the state. The defense does not have a burden. The burden never shifts to that side of the room. Never. It remains with the state for the entire case. So if there's any evidence that you wish you would have saw, that you just don't have, that they don't have, it is on the state. Every Thanksgiving, there's a grandmother. She would make food. In her kitchen, she'd make this food for her family. She makes the food and she sits at the kitchen counter. She likes to make food with a glass of wine. She takes a sip from the glass of wine and she's making different things. She's seasoning the curry chicken, the brown stew chicken, the oxtail, the dumpling. She's handling it. And as she's taking a sip from this glass of wine, she drops it by accident. She starts to pick up the pieces of the glass, and she starts to put them together. So she gets to the very last piece and she realizes she's missing a piece that she cannot find. She looks at the glass, she looks at the food that she's preparing, and not for 1 second, she takes the food, all of it, and she throws it away. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you all need to throw this case away. Alicia Andrews is not guilty of anything. Not first-degree murder, certainly not second-degree murder, not manslaughter, nothing. Not conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, absolutely nothing. The state has not proven anything against Miss Andrews, except for the fact that she hung out with a bad boyfriend. Fortunately for Miss Andrews, there are several reasons to doubt.
Postponing, slightly bust a little bit more because
There's enough to go around for everyone. There's no direct evidence showing that Alicia Andrews had any knowledge of a plan to commit the homicide in this case. Alicia Andrews is not a gang member or gang affiliate. All of the evidence that you heard in this case about this gang war has nothing to do with her. Investigators have found no proof that she participated in, planned, or assisted with the homicide in any way. In this case, when questioned by the detectives, Alicia Andrews was truthful about her involvement in this case. Truthful. She gave them the information about herself. She was not going to sit there and convey information about people she did not know, people who could potentially harm her. She was not going to do that. And the detectives started off the conversation, both of them said it. If you don't want to talk about something, you don't have to talk about it. She decided she wasn't going to talk about certain things. The detectives charged Alicia Andrews with first-degree murder on incorrect assumptions that she was some cover, that she was letting people in through the back door to hide their identities. Unlike the other individuals, Alicia Andrews made no attempt to conceal her whereabouts. Her phone was on, fully active. She walked into that Airbnb, the front door camera. No issues. Made no attempts to conceal that. Alicia Andrews never possessed a firearm. All the other individuals in this case had on black. Black, all black. Alicia Andrews went out with her blue jean jacket, her Crocs on. This is not attire to go stalking anyone. This is not the attire to go running around shooting anyone. She went outside, colorful as ever. There's no confession in this case. There's no cooperating witness in this case at all. And there's no physical evidence tying Alicia Andrews to this case. The only evidence that was sent off for any testing was the 30 casings that were left at the scene. 30 casings. And those came back, nothing, no DNA, no evidence. There was other evidence that could have been tested. All the evidence that Sean Gathright had on him, the evidence at Sean Gathwright's mother's house. When I say the evidence that was on Sean Gathright, I mean the evidence in the Forerunner, the ammunition, the guns, and whatnot. Those things could have been swabbed for DNA, for fingerprints. And had Alicia's fingerprints or DNA been on any of those items, you would know that she must have been involved in some sort of planning. Because as people conspire to do things, and then they conspire to shoot someone with weapons, what do? They pass them around. Things get passed around. You take this gun, you take that gun. There's no evidence of any of that. There's no evidence that any of that stuff was ever analyzed. Not by the ATF, not by Tampa Police Department, not by Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, not by the Gwinnett County Police Department. This was a multi-agency effort. And they presented zero evidence that any of that stuff was analyzed for any DNA or fingerprints. And they did that because, or they didn't do it, because I guess they felt they had a strong enough case without it. And maybe they do for the other individuals, but not for Alicia Andrews, not for an innocent person, not for a person who had no knowledge of this conspiracy, not for a person who had no intent to kill anyone, not for a person who did not commit any acts to kill someone. I want to go over a particular jury instruction, this principal jury instruction. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit or attempt to commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt the following two things. So, Alicia Andrews is only treated as if she was one of the shooters in this case, if those two things at the bottom exist. So Alicia Andrews has to intend for the crime to occur. And in addition to that, she has to do some act or say something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit or attempt to commit the crime. So one, she's got to intend for this crime to happen. And where is the evidence of Alicia Andrews' intent for this to happen? None. As much as the state says there's overwhelming evidence, there's a mountain of evidence, where is it? Can you identify it after an entire trial? Intent. It doesn't exist. The second part, the defendant did some act or said something that was intended. Again, you still have to intend. The act that you commit has to be committed with an intent. So if Alicia Andrews gives her phone to her boyfriend, but does not intend for him to use that phone to kill somebody, then she's not guilty. Not just because you give your phone to somebody, or because somebody uses you, means that you're guilty and you should be charged like the people who actually committed the offense, who actually committed the shooting. So this is a very, 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 very important jury instruction for you all to understand completely. The defendant intended the crime to occur, and the defendant did some act. And that act was with the intent that this crime occurred. And the state has neither in this case. I do want to go over second-degree murder. Second-degree murder is a lesser included in this case, right? So on your verdict form, you'll see different boxes that you can check. It'll be first-degree murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, and not guilty. Alicia Andrews is not guilty of second-degree murder either. Yes, Charles Jones is dead. That's the first element. There's no debate that Charles Jones is dead. So we're not debating that. But that's not how someone gets convicted of second-degree murder. Not just because someone is dead. You have to have some link. So 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Alicia Andrews. What act did Alicia Andrews do that caused Charles Jones's death? Absolutely nothing. 3, there was an unlawful killing of Charles Jones by an act eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for life. Alicia Andrews did not commit any acts that caused Charles Jones to die, and therefore she is not guilty also of second-degree murder. The manslaughter. Again, it's similar. Charles Jones is dead. That is the first element, and there's no dispute about that. But there still has to be some link to someone being dead and someone being convicted for that person's death. So either Alicia Andrews intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Charles Jones, or Alicia Andrews intentionally procured an act that caused the death of Charles Jones, or the death of Charles Jones was caused by the culpable negligence of Alicia Andrews. And Alicia Andrews is not guilty of manslaughter either. Alicia Andrews had no idea, not at any point that night, that her boyfriend at the time or that any of his friends intended to kill Charles Jones that night. No evidence of that whatsoever. The state keeps mentioning a consciousness of guilt. That is not an element in this case. Consciousness of guilt does not equal an intent to kill. Consciousness of guilt does not equal an act which is required under the jury instructions. Consciousness of guilt is a term that has no bearing in your decision.
Your Honor, misstatement of law.
Again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, these are just the opinions of the attorneys in their closing arguments. You will be given the law, and you are to follow the law that I give you. Okay, thank you.
And as the judge gives the law at the end of this case, when the judge reads the jury instructions, I want you to look for anywhere where it says consciousness of guilt. The state is begging you to ignore the law and find Alicia Andrews guilty without any evidence of it. They're asking you to speculate every step of the way, to just believe that there must have been something out there that they couldn't find that would have Alicia Andrews convicted of this crime. Speculate, assume, make assumptions. Just find her guilty without any evidence. You heard the detective from the ATF task force. He testified in this case. He testified about how the federal government, he works for the ATF, the federal government did not get referred this case.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Just relevance.
Again, members of the jury, you will rely upon your own recollection of what the evidence was in this case, and you'll take that recollection and apply it to the law that I give you in reaching your verdict.
The ATF agent testified that the feds were not referred this case.
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
I said the ATF agent testified that the feds were not referred this case.
Okay, well, that is not relevant to this, to
He
your,
testified to it, Judge.
I understand, but it should have been objected to, so.
Your Honor, you can make those rulings without an objection. You have that right.
In this case, the state has the burden. And because the state has the burden in this case, they get the last word. So they get a rebuttal closing argument. So after I sit down, the state gets up, and they get to argue one more time. The defense doesn't get to say anything after that. But we've said enough. This trial has been 2 weeks long. It's been a very important trial for everyone involved, especially for Ms. Andrews. Today is the most important day of her life. And we ask, just as we asked in voir dire in jury selection, that you treat it fairly. There is one place that you cannot take away someone's voice, and that's inside of a courtroom. I have an innocent individual's life in my hands, and so do each and every one of you. When the state gets an opportunity to argue to you, you should be listening to where the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt is that Alicia Andrews knew that Charles Jones was even going to be in Tampa. That Alicia Andrews knew beyond a reasonable doubt that Charles Jones was going to die. That her co-defendants had that intent. There is no evidence, much less evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. These individuals did not need Alicia Andrews. She was not some sort of cover, some invisibility cloak for them. The state mentioned in opening statement that Alicia Andrews was used by Isaiah Chance to look less threatening, to provide some cover. None of that ever bore out during the trial. During opening statement, the prosecutor stood before you and showed you videos of Isaiah Chance packing with Sean Gathright. Then he said that Alicia Andrews was picked up and that Isaiah Chance returned to the party with his contribution. He was referring to a gun, and he showed you on the screen there a gun, and he showed you how the gun was sticking out with the extended magazine and the dust cover of the gun. And it was almost as if he was saying that Alicia Andrews was with Isaiah Chance when he had this gun out. Because if that was the case, she would know that there's guns involved. She would know. But that wasn't the case, because none of that happened in Alicia Andrews' presence. The prosecutor in this case, in opening statement, said twice that Alicia Andrews was driving, or he alluded to the fact that Alicia Andrews was driving a vehicle in this case. And at no point in time is there any evidence that Alicia Andrews drove any vehicle. There is evidence to the contrary. Alicia Andrews doesn't drive. She doesn't make the decisions. She's not in control of the vehicle. And Alicia Andrews is not in control, or was not in control, of what happened to Charles Jones. So when you go back into the jury room and you deliberate, you've seen all the evidence. There is no more evidence to show you. Because you've seen all the evidence, you know all the facts, there you know that there is only one verdict for each count. There's only one verdict, and it's the same verdict for each count. The same verdict. That verdict is that Alicia Andrews, as it relates to the charges of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, is that Alicia Andrews is not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. McClement.
Oh.
State your rebuttal.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I mean, I didn't hate it. I wish he explained the reasonable doubt standard better. That he explained that it's not enough if you're sure she did it. It's not enough that you say, most of it says she did it. You have to be convinced beyond all reasonable doubt. It was a bit long-winding. He went a bit all over the place. I didn't hate it. I've seen worse. A lot worse, but I've seen some shitty closing arguments. But yeah. Now let's see rebuttal. Who takes the rebuttal?
Members of the jury, we're almost there. Mr. McClimate told you that this gang war in Jacksonville is tragic. That's the only thing that I think that the state is in agreement with what he just argued to you. It is very tragic, the killing on both sides that happened, and the law places a high regard for the sanctity and the protection of human life. And the law protects everyone equally. It doesn't matter who the victim is, and it doesn't matter what the victim does for a living. If you purposely intend to commit first-degree premeditated murder and kill a person, regardless who that person is, and we have proven all of those elements, the law requires that that person be convicted. And when you talk about the standard of proof, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, that is what you have in this case, and you have higher than that. The defense attorney has asked or suggested to you, where is the DNA? Where is the fingerprints? All of that type of evidence is to establish one thing: who is the perpetrator? When there is a killer and there is no evidence, there is no eyewitness, and there is no videotape, then the...
No, that's bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. Gee, that's an outright lie.
The law allows us to present evidence, direct evidence, and circumstantial evidence to you to establish and prove the identity of the perpetrator. Somebody broke into a house and shot and killed a person, and nobody saw it, and that person broke a window to get in and left their blood on that window. That could be used to establish what? The identity of the perpetrator.
Yeah, I agree with that part, but that's not what she's claiming. Is we didn't need it. Well, if you didn't need it, why did you test the casings?
If they weren't wearing gloves and they touched that window and the law enforcement officers dusted for prints, they would send it off. It is very, very rare when you capture the entire crime on video. This age of digital technology proves beyond all reasonable doubt what happened in this case. You don't need an eyewitness to come in here and tell you what happened to Charles Jones on June 23rd of 2024. You don't need a fingerprint analyst to come in here and tell you who killed Charles Jones on that date. And you certainly don't need a DNA analyst because you saw it. His murder is captured on video.
This is a trial against Alicia Andrews, not the four others.
There are 2 cars involved, and you saw what happened at each and every location. We don't have to present DNA evidence to you. We don't have to present fingerprint evidence to you. Law enforcement officers didn't need to submit any sort of DNA to the labs to figure out what happened in this case. Because of digital evidence and video evidence, you know everything that happened to that victim. He was hunted. He was stalked. He was hunted at teasers. He was stalked, and then he went to a second location, to Truth 18, and he was followed, and he was hunted, and he was stalked. And you saw both of the vehicles that are involved in this case. And she is in the silver Chevy Cruze. There is no doubt about that. We don't have to fingerprint the silver Chevy Cruze. We don't have to dust it or swab it for DNA to know that she is in that car with her boyfriend. You saw that silver Chevy Cruze. You saw it at teasers, following, going, parking, and then the two of them get out to get in eyesight of the victim. All of that is clear. What is also clear is she is not going up to the club. She's not going clubbing. Neither is her boyfriend. It is for one purpose, to stalk the victim, Charles Jones, in the...
Yeah, I mean, me and Carolyn, we might not agree with what the evidence have shown in this case, but here I think we agree. With this rebuttal, she might undo some of what the defense may or may not lack to have done. This is weird. I don't like weird in trials.
This case. And at the second scene, all of that is on video as well. You see the parking lot of that location. You see it with your own eyes. And there is no doubt who every single individual is in both of those cars. We have proven it beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt. And you saw it at the Home to Suites video. You saw it at the USF poll cam. That victim is followed. And you saw those text messages from Sean Gathright to Kayla Enright. They want to know where Julio Foolio is, where 6 is. And in those messages to Kayla Enright, you know that they are watching him. You know, and you saw what Charles Jones is doing that night. He's on Instagram. When Sean Gathright contacts Kayla Enright, they say what? We're looking for 6.
Yeah, folks, I'm still stuck here with the physical evidence, the DNA, the fingerprints, and stuff like that. It took a good number of days. Even, I mean, Alicia wasn't arrested until, what was it, more than 2 weeks later. This happened the 23rd. She wasn't arrested until the 9th, the following. Other people also took time. Yes, there were a few early suspects, but you didn't know that at that point in time when those evidence were collected and sent off, that you would not need it. That is an afterthought. There's no way in hell in the first 2 weeks of this investigation that everybody knew they would not need fingerprints, DNA testing from within the cars, from within the Airbnb, from within the homes. There is no fucking way anybody knew that. All right, let's continue.
He's in Tampa. He's at an Airbnb. You saw his Instagram story. He's posting live. He's at an Airbnb. The only location that they weren't aware of that wasn't planned is this pool party at the Airbnb. Defense has suggested to you, Kyla Enright, she's not charged. No, she's not. There is a law, the law of principle, that shows that we have to prove that the person who assists, the person who is a principal, intended the crime to be committed and did something to assist. Kyla Enright is in no way in the same position as this defendant. She is not in a vehicle with all of the perpetrators. She is not stalking the victim. She is not in Tampa. There isn't any evidence other than a message to her while she's in another location to contact someone to find 6. To suggest to you that any of the girls or young women in the victim's party is in the same position of her is preposterous. Nobody in the victim's party is doing anything but celebrating a birthday party. When you talk about beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt, to suggest to you that evidence from the defendant's phone only 3 years before this homicide has been
Only 3
committed,
years?
of where she says the victim in this case that she hopes he dies, to suggest to you that that isn't relevant to intent. This is a homicide case where she is charged with first-degree murder of Charles Jones, of Julio Foolio, where she is charged with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. To suggest to you a message to a friend where she specifically says, I hope Foolio dies, is not important critical evidence for you to hear? To suggest to you,
I mean, she's been misstating what's been in the evidence. Now, since the defense doesn't object, the jury, we will find out. We will find out. But I'm getting really annoyed because we all saw it. That's not what was in that text. And there's no reason to hyperbole or even lie about what's in the damn evidence. This, by the way, this is the state, which should have a higher standard than the defense. And still here we are. Now I'm annoyed.
that the attempted murder of a victim that occurred only months before his actual murder, that connects them to that, is not evidence of first-degree murder? It absolutely is. The killers didn't get him in October. The rifle that was used to shoot him, that shot that projectile, that shot him in the foot, a casing was recovered from that scene. The fact that that is connected to the homicide to kill the exact same victim is absolute evidence of intent. It is the most powerful type of evidence of intent that could possibly come before you. When we talk about her phone evidence, when we talk about what we have to show to prove that she had the knowledge and the requisite intent, that is why we brought that phone evidence to you. Because there's no doubt of what happened to this victim. There's absolutely no doubt of how he was stalked. And I think the defense attorney said and talked about Rashad Murphy and Davan Murphy about how they would not allow her to know what was going on. What I can make an argument about that and submit to you is that I do agree with that. There is no way that people who are going to commit first-degree premeditated murder would allow anybody into their inner circle unless they were absolutely trusted, that they absolutely trusted that person 100%, that that person is ride or die, because all of them can be identified if law enforcement finds out. And she absolutely proves that that's exactly what she is, because when faced with law enforcement, when faced with telling her that you could be charged, that you will be charged with first-degree premeditated murder, she would not give any of them up. She would not give a name. She would not give a description, because she did not want to implicate any of them. And when we talk about consciousness of guilt, that is evidence. Just like circumstantial evidence, all of that is considered evidence in a case. There's not going to be anything in these instructions that define for you what direct evidence is, what circumstantial evidence is, or what consciousness of guilt evidence is. But all of the evidence that is presented to you can be evaluated by you to determine whether or not the defendant is guilty or not guilty. And she is not innocent. The evidence in this case proves overwhelmingly that she lied to law enforcement. And that evading of law enforcement, that lying to them, shows that she has something to hide. Innocent people don't have to lie to law enforcement. Innocent people are cooperative and tell what they know when somebody...
Folks, not legal advice. But if you are actually innocent and are in a situation like this, you should still, the first thing you do, say, I want a lawyer present for this. I want a lawyer. I will not talk until I have a lawyer. Her claim that innocent people just get themselves into an interview room and then spill their guts out, well, that's how Rick Allen got convicted. That's how Zachariah Anderson got convicted, because they did not say, for this interview, I want an attorney. I don't like her. How she claims that this is how innocent people do. Fuck you.
Somebody has been killed and killed in cold blood. And that is what has happened in this case. Charles Jones was hunted and he was tracked down and he was killed. And to suggest to you that she was not a trusted member of this group, of this conspiracy, flies in the face of all of the evidence. We rely on you to use your common sense when you evaluate this evidence, and when you look at what is on her phone, and when you see the personal animosity and what she was living in at the time when she wrote those messages. The one message that isn't in evidence, when I asked her about Antonio Tilley and the person who died the day before Charles Jones is shot in the foot. Remember that? I refreshed her recollection.
Well, again, you need to link it up to evidence they did here, okay?
You heard her testimony. I questioned her on her conversations with Isaiah Chance, her co-defendant, her boyfriend, the person that she continues to protect again and again and again. I questioned her about the communication she specifically had with him in 2023, not 3 years before this homicide, less than a year before this homicide. And she claims she knows nothing about the gang stuff. She knows nothing that is going on. There is more than one conversation with her and Isaiah Chance about what is going on in this gang war and who has been killed, personal in their lives. One you saw in evidence, the town center, where it is clear they have talked about it before, because her response when she realized it's about the town center and that 23 has been killed there, she says, I forgot. I'm sorry, we don't have to go there. That conversation is in evidence. You also have testimony from her on the stand specifically about the death of her boyfriend's good friend, Antonio Tilley, that occurred on October 6th, the early morning hours going into October 7th of 2023, where I specifically asked her on the stand, you've talked to him about that. Oh, I can't really remember. So we refreshed her recollection. It's not in evidence, but we refreshed her recollection with the conversation. All of a sudden, she remembers it, right? That's what she does. She doesn't remember it until she's faced with hard evidence. She sees that conversation, and now she's got to answer questions about it, right? And what is it about? It is about another person close to her boyfriend that has died in this gang war. It's about Antonio Tilley, Tilley's death. He is upset about it. And before I can even get a question out, she says, oh, yep, he didn't want me to be around him at that moment. He was so upset, he didn't want me to be around. He needed to be by himself. And then there's another conversation on October 8th, the very next day, where he has done something and they have talked about it. And he needs her to be loyal. She remembers that, right? She would have you believe, now that we've confronted her with that evidence, that he wants her to be loyal and that she needed to delete that conversation that they had texted about, that's about her cheating again. The same boyfriend that she has testified to you about domestic violence, that she's afraid of him. Now you hear that she's worried about him and that he needs her to be loyal and that he's confided something to her on that day. That is the day that Charles Jones is shot in the foot. That is the crime that also is connected to this case and evidence of all of the perpetrators' intent.
This is why I don't like this with the prosecution getting a final word, because they can say just about anything here. And the only thing the defense can do is object at times, because it's not evidence. I'm not a fan. Yeah.
They tried to kill him in October and failed. They were successful here in Tampa on June 23rd of 2023. That is why that evidence is so important. Conspiracies to commit first-degree murder don't happen in front of eyewitnesses. They don't happen in the light of day. They happen in dark places where people know that it is a crime and they know what they're doing and they want to get away with it. Actions speak louder than words. The defendant is never going to come in here and admit to being involved in a conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Defendant is never going to be admitting to anyone, to law enforcement, or on the stand about her knowledge to agreeing to be a principal to first-degree premeditated murder.
She's been going on for half an hour.
Allows us to show you all.
What rebuttal should be short, concise, and what did the defense say? Not reiterating what they said in their closing. This is a rebuttal. It's called a rebuttal.
Of the evidence that can show what it is she intended. And that is why you saw those photographs from her phone. Nobody from the state side ever suggested to you that she is a gang queen pin. Nobody has suggested to you through law enforcement, to any witness the state put up with law enforcement that is an expert in this gang war in Jacksonville. They have all said the same thing. She is not in a gang. She is not charged with being in a gang. Why is all of that relevant? Because again, to law enforcement, she lied about it. She lied about knowing anything about the gang. She wants them to believe that she has no knowledge. She wants them to believe that she doesn't even know about her boyfriend's nickname, Gutta. And you all know, again, the evidence is overwhelming that that is a lie. Not only does she call him Gutta, not only does she know that that's his nickname, not only does she know that is his gang stage name for his own drill rap videos, she has it tattooed on her twice. That's the reason why those photographs are relevant. It again shows her lying to law enforcement. The reason that you saw all of those messages to other people in the gang about the gangs, there's conversations about Bibby and Robert Howard, gang member after gang member. That corresponding message to Jewel Jordan, we brought that to you. That's a good friend of hers. You think she wanted to testify against her friend? You have to evaluate each and every piece of evidence and what it shows and what it proves. It proves that she knew exactly what was going on in this gang war. It proves that she personally knew people that were affected by this gang war. When you look at the phone evidence, I know that there is a lot in there. The defense attorney argued to you that there is no text messaging of her or Instagram of her from her phone. That is because she got rid of her phone. You heard from not only our expert, but their expert, some of this information is not backed up. Some of this information you can only get if you have the device itself. That text messaging that we have between her phone and Sean Gathwright's phone during the time of the crime, that was only retrieved by Sean Gathwright's phone. Her phone didn't have those same messages. Her phone is backed up, and her phone had photographs on it. Her phone had conversations on it, but the time period you heard from Detective Ramos where they were looking at that time period for the crime was not on the Apple iCloud backup. And there's two ways that can happen. It can happen either by it not being something that she backs up, or it can happen if a person personally gets rid of that time period and deletes it from their phone. We never got her phone.
Or a third alternative. Somebody took her phone, like her boyfriend. Here, honey, new phone. And then deleted.
You heard that others got rid of their phone, Sean Gathwright, who was using his phone in this instance. So it wasn't just her that got rid of her phone. Sean Gathwright got rid of his phone as well. And again, more evidence of her intent is the conversation when she knows law enforcement is looking for her. That's why we presented all of that information from the phones to all of you. Because again, it is evidence of her intent that something is on her phone that she does not want law enforcement to know about. That is the reason she's laughing her, LMFAO. That is why she is laughing out loud, because law enforcement got her new phone. And in the middle of this search warrant, when law enforcement is executing it, she has a new phone that she is trying to back up all the stuff from the iCloud. She got rid of her device, and she got rid of the specific text messages that surround that time period. If you look at those videos where her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, is walking around with her phone, it's not just up to her ear. Look at it. He has it out like this. That is a way a person holds a phone when they are speaking on speakerphone. There are conversations happening, and there are calls that are being made and communicated between him and the shooter's vehicle. And they keep on suggesting to you that the attempted call that is in the call detail records happened when he is out in that parking lot in Teasers. That is not. If you look at the timing, both by our expert and the defense expert, the timing is clear. That's why we went through so much trouble about making sure the timestamp is accurate at each and every video that you heard. And when you look at the call detail records, the calls that are reflected on the call detail records of her phone show that she is already in her car with the defendant when those calls are being made.
It's not her car.
What is not captured, what is an unauthorized app that they are using when she needs to put in her passcode, is not captured because they are using another app to make those phone calls.
Yes?
Yeah. Now she's getting way out of line here. An unauthorized app? What the fuck is that? I mean, you can always say, hey, rely on your memory, but you can't outright falsely state something that's never been suggested at trial. Sidebar counter 32. And also, this is a rebuttal.
So going back to the phone, there is clearly phone communication that is being used that is not captured in the call detail records, and the timing is important because, again, there is communication going on with the vehicle that has the assault team in it, and that is not something that they want tracked. The other piece of evidence that is important that she says to law enforcement in that interview is that she has to enter her passcode. Her phone is protected. She has a passcode that she has to put in there, and that is something that happens automatically. Anybody who has an iPhone that has a password or has to get into their phone by their face knows that that is something that happens automatically. When you have a phone, it goes dark and you have to put in your passcode. That is what is happening there. She is still using her phone. She uses her phone all the time, and she is allowing her boyfriend to use her phone. And when it goes dark, she has to put in the passcode for him. She knows what is being said on that phone to that second vehicle. There is no way that she did not hear what was going on. There is no way that she did not know everything that was planned to occur in Tampa. This whole story about teasers, and now to make it, I guess, that she didn't lie to law enforcement this one time about the bouncers, they're saying that that was about that was about the Players Club. That makes it even a worse story, because now it isn't that she didn't get to go to 2 clubs. Now it's that she didn't get to go to 3 clubs. All 3 clubs were either too packed, overpriced. Is it based on it's too packed based on the parking lot and the amount of cars in the parking lot? If that were really the truth, then they never would have had to get out of their vehicles. But again, that crime is on video. And you know, the only time they get out of their vehicle, that is to see if the victim is at that location, at Teasers, at Truth 18. That is why they are there. The defense attorney talked to you a little bit about the jury instructions. He talked about murder in the 2nd degree.
For the love of all that's holy, make it stop.
So I just want to touch briefly upon it. There is another instruction that you will hear from the judge, and that is that you should find the defendant guilty of the highest crime that has been proven beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt. And the top count for count 1 is 1st degree premeditated murder. And principle applies to this. Principle also applies to murder in the 2nd degree. But this case, murder in the 1st degree is the top count, and all of these elements have been proven at beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt. And the reason why I'm putting this back up is because the death count 2, if you look at element 2, count 1, The death was caused by the criminal act.
We
of
are going to
Alicia
be here
Andrews.
until
That
Thanksgiving.
always is going to be read in a principal case. She is never alleged to have touched a gun. She is never alleged to have been one of the shooters. She is guilty as a principal. And because she is a principal, you have to put her and treat her as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt she intended the crime to occur and that she did some act or said something that was intended to and did assist the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. That is read in conjunction with murder in the first degree, which this is a murder in the first degree. This is the highest crime, the top count that has been proven in this case. The second, the lesser to murder in the first degree is murder in the second degree. The principal instruction also applies to this. So when the defense attorney is up there arguing to you that Charles Jones is dead, obviously that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The death was caused by the criminal act of Alicia Andrews. That the principal instruction also applies to that. So if you find that a lesser has been included, you don't say that she's not guilty just because she's not the person that committed the criminal act. The principal instruction applies to that. If you're looking at murder 2, that there was an unlawful killing of a victim by act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life, and then it describes what the act includes. It also says in order to convict of second-degree murder, it's a distinction for first-degree murder. It is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had any intent to cause death, but she can still be convicted as a principal. What separates second-degree murder from first-degree murder is premeditation. Premeditation, we've already gone over what that means. And in this case, there was premeditation. There was planning, there was getting weapons. All of that is a conscious intent, a reflection for a homicide to be committed. And that's what separates first degree from second degree murder. And with the judge's instructions, you will hear that you should find the defendant guilty for the highest count that has been proven beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt. And
No, that's not what the judge instructs. Not will. If they find, if they don't find for first degree, they should go to the lesser included. If they don't find there, they should go another step down. If they still say, nah, then it's not guilty. Well, she asks, why have they shot them separately? Because Alicia Andrews did not waive her speedy trial rights. So they had to start the trial for her separately. Jesus Christ. I mean, she might just ruin her own case.
in this case, when you hunt and you stalk a victim in order to kill him, that is first-degree premeditated murder. The defendant argued in his case that the defendant was cooperative and truthful to law enforcement. You heard all of that evidence, and we argue and submit to you that she may have said one or two truthful things, but the majority of what she told law enforcement was not true. You will see all of the messaging on the phone. You will see the conversations that she had with all of her friends. You saw the photographs. And here's another one, again, from her Apple iCloud that has been put into evidence. States 75C3 was not published, but we asked her specifically about Kay Shorty, another person in one of those photographs that you saw where that person is throwing gang signs. I'm not going to read all of it to you, but she's having a talk with him.
What the fuck is
and again,
going on?
It is about more and more gang stuff. She is having a conversation with him, and if you look at this, it goes more and more about the death of Bibi and why he is so torn up about it. So this is state 75C3. Another person that we showed you a photograph that she is friends with that is in her phone. So look at all of the phone stuff and see that what she is saying when she suggests to you that she doesn't know what is going on simply is not true. She's not using a first name like Tom or Jeff. These conversations aren't about somebody named Ryan or Steve. These are names of gang members who have been killed in this gang war. You're going to see names like Bibby, Leaky. All of that is evidence of her knowledge of what is going on in Jacksonville and what is affecting the very people who she is dating, to such of effect that she has to delete messages from conversations.
The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words
What happened?
reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following.
Oh, wait. Oh, they did it. What the fuck is going on? Why does
Does
they?
not
Why
mean
do?
proof beyond all doubt. A
Okay, we do. Okay, so she does stop at one point.
That they have had about it. That is overwhelming guilt, evidence of her guilt. We ask you to take a look at all of the evidence in this case and hold her guilty and responsible for her own participation in this crime.
For the love of God, just stop.
She says she doesn't know Davian Murphy. And she don't know Rashad Murphy. She says that she cannot say to Davian Murphy, this big guy, that he shouldn't be smoking because she's pregnant. That's not what she says to law enforcement. In fact, and that's not even what she says on the stand. She's not saying that she's not giving their names because she's afraid of them. She's not saying she's not giving them their names because they're in a gang. She's saying she's not giving their names because she don't know them. She doesn't know he's in a gang, that she...
For the love of holy, come on. Come on. I'm amazed on how bad this is.
She's not going to give any information on these people. And then in the same testimony on the stand, she is saying that she is afraid because they have not offered her any protection. Why does she need it? She didn't know anything happened. That's what she's telling you. She didn't know anything, any crime had occurred. She didn't know Davian Murphy, doesn't know that he's connected to a gang, even though he's related to the person who was killed at Rains High School when she went there. She doesn't know that Rashad Murphy is in a gang. She don't know him. She don't know them. I don't know those people, right? And in the same breath, she is saying that nobody offered her protection. Did she look afraid in that interview? Did she look scared talking to law enforcement? Did she look intimidated talking to law enforcement? Or was she laughing? Was she bored? Was she annoyed? All of the evidence in this case show that the victim in this case was killed. All of the evidence in this case shows that the way that he was killed is first-degree premeditated murder. And the way it was done, it was planned, it was premeditated, and none of that can be done unless everybody talked about it and planned it and conspired together to do it. Based
Welcome
on
to
all
Halloween
of the evidence in this
2026.
case,
The prosecution is
we are
still
confident
talking.
that you will find her guilty of first-degree premeditated murder and guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder.
All right, thank you. All right, members of the jury, I'm going to pick back up with the jury instructions where we left off, okay?
Oh. She almost went as long as the closing in the end. I mean, I don't know how the jury will react, but when John Gary and in the chat goes more or less, what the where is it? Let me find it. I mean, when John Gary says make it stop, there's something really wrong. Really, really wrong. Now, I have postponed my slightly bust until 1/4 past the next hour. What time is it over there, folks? What time is it? Time Florida. Okay, so 1/4 past instead of 5 p.m. Eastern time. I have to postpone it to 7:15 p.m. by 2 hours and 15 minutes. My apologies. You're going to be redirected over there. We are going to talk about the Maya Kowalski case, the Tekero Maya case. We are going to talk about serial fraudster Laura Owens. And we are going to try to get Laura Needy, if we get the fundraiser to a certain amount. I think there's less than $3,000 left to the goal. If we get there, she will get a tramp stamp. Oh, folks, you brave, brave souls. You brave, brave, brave souls. Now the your instructions. Yeah, at this point, I don't care what they are almost, but they will be proper. And then it's given to the jury. And I will tell you in the Slightly Bust Friday show if they are supposed to deliberate now or if they wait until Monday. I would assume they are waiting until Monday. I can't imagine they forced them to deliberate at this time on a Friday. Jesus Christ. All right, folks. 7:15, Slightly Bust Friday Law Show. And this, again, I would not be surprised if they find her guilty. I've seen a lot worse get to a guilty verdict. In my opinion, the state's closing didn't move the needle. The defense closing didn't move the needle, but the rebuttal made it worse, in my opinion, for the prosecution. So we will see. We will see. We will see. All right, folks. Thank you to Stringerbell for being a member for 5 months. Is this a Halloween story? Nope. Thank you to Dear Reader for gifting a membership, and thank you to Stringerbell for your $10. Thank you guys so much. And earlier today, somebody bought me a coffee, which is $5. Thank you so much. And folks, I will see you in half an hour because reasons. I need to go to the big boys' room and fix stuff. And then it's time for the Wheel of Regrets and stories and maybe a few guests. All right. See you in half an hour. Bye-bye.